I'm going to call the June 20th, 2022 meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors to order. If you'll all rise and join me in an invocation from Pastor Alex and the Pledge of Allegiance.
You guys will join me in prayer and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you today with joy in our hearts for all that you're doing in each and every one of us and how you are moving in our towns and community. Your word states in James 1:5, if you need wisdom, ask our generous God and he will give it to you. This morning we ask for your wisdom and discernment for the board and the decisions that will be made. May they benefit all of your children in our county, young and old. Father, we thank you for all that you do and are doing and plan to do, for we know that you have a purpose to give us a hope and a future. Continue to guide us in all that we do. It's in your son's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A 3, 4, and 7. Motion and action to call for an executive session to be held July 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A 3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with an asterisk.
So made. Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Discussion or any pending litigation or claims or demands, Mr. Attorney?
Nothing for this meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Committee or legislative report, Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Gold. I did chair the Board of Health meeting recently, also the chair of the CSA Legislative Policy Committee meeting. I attended the chloride town site meeting with the presiding Judge Moss. And then I also attended the celebration of life for Joan McCall, who was our county recorder for 36 years, from 1972 to 2008. So she was 86 years of age and was still very active right up until her last days. So I just wanted to publicly recognize Joan McCall for her so many years of service. She was an awesome lady. Thank you.
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. I attended LPC, Legislative Policy Committee. Again, the state still does not have a budget. I hear it's imminent, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little long today. The Senate's Natural Resource Subcommittee on Public Lands, Forests, and Mining had their hearing on Senate Bill 387. Senator Kelly spoke in support of the bill. His opinions were speaking points for Grand Canyon Trust and others with no real understanding of the issues for our area. He and Senator Sinema have been invited to take a tour to see for themselves that no one is mining anywhere near the Grand Canyon, which Senator Kelly referred to, and that no environmental damage is being done. So far, neither has committed to a tour. Senator Lee of Utah did a good job of defending our position and submitted a letter from myself and Commissioner Grant from Kane County for the record. The bill withdraws 1,006,545 acres of federal land in Arizona. It also one of the things that it'll do is the Government Accounting Office shall conduct a study of uranium stockpiles in the United States that are available to meet future national security requirements, but I don't know how much good that's going to do us. I had a follow-up conversation with Senate staff, giving them more information and providing answers to questions that they had. I had a quad state meeting. California Fish and Game Commission just defaulted for additional delay. After about 8 hours of testimony, comment, and deliberations, the item was continued to a future meeting since there was a 2-2 vote on listing. None of the commissioners considered not listing the species. This discussion indicated a desire to do more than just a listing, like a range-wide conservation plan, conduct more studies, tribal consultation, peer reviews, and that was directed to staff. The commission doesn't think that CISA, California Environmental Studies, gives enough protection to species like the Joshua tree with large ranges and threats from climate change. Comments were from the local governments are not doing enough, and the legislature needs to strengthen CISA. One vacant seat could be filled before the decision is made, but sounds unlikely to not be listed in the future. Quad State, we had our attorney give comments. The commission took many comments from local governments and business interests, generally against the listing, and most individual comments for the listing. No one on the commission or from the public seems to give any credit for the current protections or admit that CISA listing does not really impact climate change or protect against wildfire, which seems to be the greatest risk to the Joshua tree. Many in the public do not understand the process. Statements that we just need to protect the Joshua tree were common, with very few towards CISA and listing requirements. This continued time as a candidate species will provide similar protections to a listing of significant hurdles to solar and other developments. The unintended consequences will be greater pressure to build solar in Nevada, Arizona, and Utah to supply the renewable energy for California. I've got a slideshow if they can put it up. As much as I hate slideshows, I won't do the reading. I'll just let you read it yourself. But Nathan, have you guys got that? Go ahead to the next slide. It's just some information on fire hazards, and go to the next one. I don't know if, can you all see that? Just kind of gives the drought monitoring. Go to the next. And the next. All right. And the next. And the next. Next. Where are we at? Oh, this is was that on the Lake Powell and Lake Mead? It shows that it was 29%. I guess that's dropped down six feet more since then, but that's because of using electricity generation up north. All right, go on to the next one, the FEMA. We'll just hit that real quick. All right. I'll give this to Byron because it does have some grants that can be applied for. The one thing, go ahead to the next one. This is just talking about the biocrust and how it's destroyed out with the fires and everything, and ruins our natural vegetation. The next one on the rock detention. They're talking about how that is helping out quite a bit. I did ask the Corps, because I didn't think we could build rock retentions in our washes, but according to the Corps of Engineers, the discharge or placement of material into waters in the U.S. requires a permit under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. However, the installation of rock retention structures is covered by nationwide permit number 13, bank stabilization, given all terms, notably the intent to control erosion. So I guess we could do that. Next one. I think we're going to fires now. Go ahead, next. Next. What they're saying is that prescribed burns are about the only way we're going to be able to stop fires. That's the only answer there is. And there is some wildlife litigation. Next. That should do it. Thank you. I think that's all the important stuff I have.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I have some water updates this morning. We'll start with the status of the Colorado River system. Supervisor Johnson did have one slide on that. So as presented by the Bureau of Reclamation, Commissioner Camille Touton, during a Senate hearing on drought conditions in the West this past Tuesday, the situation for the Colorado River system is bleak, with Lake Powell at just 27% full and Lake Mead at just about 28% of its full capacity. And let's see, the Commissioner Touton indicated that additional major water cuts amounting to 2 million to 4 million acre feet will be necessary next year over and above the cuts agreed upon within the drought contingency plan and the 500 plus plan. The Department of Reclamation has tasked the 7 basin states to develop a plan for those additional reductions in the next 60 days, warning that the Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, as water master of the Colorado River system, has the authority to act unilaterally in order to protect the system, and we will protect the system. Arizona has junior rights and has taken a larger share of the Colorado River system cuts up to this point. However, all signs point to every basin state in both the lower basin and the upper basin taking cuts in their river allocation to satisfy these required cuts. To make it clear, one of the folks providing testimony last Tuesday made a really powerful statement. It basically said we are at about 150 feet above 25 million Americans losing access to the Colorado River simply because water won't be able to escape Lake Mead. So if there's one thing to be taken from this situation is that there must be a moratorium and prohibition against off-river transfers of fourth priority Colorado River water away from our river communities, such as the Greenstone to Queen Creek transfer that Mojave County and many others are currently fighting against. On the Water Authority, citing an unnecessary expansion of state government, the legislature has indicated that the most recent iteration of the Arizona Water Authority now appears to be dead, and the legislature is now focusing on new water policy that would expand the powers of the current Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. Since Friday, June 10th, there have been suggestions that release of that new proposed language was imminent. However, as of this last Friday, nobody has received that draft language for review. The state Senate may push to vote on water augmentation legislation this week. However, our coalition feels that that would be hasty, considering nobody has seen the actual language of a proposed bill. We actually hope that they call an in a special session this year just on water to take 2 or 3 months to really carefully go through and research and approve something. From a Mojave County perspective, we are still hopeful that the Rural Conservation Fund from the Arizona Water Authority would still be in this bill and would allow for entities to obtain loans of up to $3 million for conservation projects, possibly interest-free and with some percentage of forgivable principal. Those loans come with a 25% local match. And again, I think rural and Mojave County's perspective is before that type of a program would be palatable for us and for us to go to our taxpayers for recharge projects, we would need protections on rural groundwater that, there has to be some limits there. On the RMA discussion, rural management areas, 4 counties in Arizona have now approved resolutions or proclamations supporting the enactment of rural groundwater management tools in 2022. Those are Mojave County, Coconino County, Yavapai County, and La Paz County. In addition, a joint op-ed piece by Coconino County Supervisor Horstman, Yavapai County Supervisor Michaels, and myself calling for the legislature to to enact commonsensical rural groundwater tools was published by the Arizona Republic this month. This last Tuesday, County Manager Elters, Development Services Director Tim Walsh, Kingman Public Works Director Rob Owen, State Representative Cobb, and myself, we met with House Speaker Rusty Bowers to discuss our USGS ModFlow groundwater modeling that we'll be discussing this morning, and how we might be impacted by future overpumping of the Wallapai Basin. That meeting was initially scheduled for 30 minutes, yet at the speaker's request, we spent just over 2 full hours with him in discussion on that issue. And I have to say, the fact that we were able to meet with the speaker on rural groundwater in June is a positive accomplishment. And we made it clear to the legislature that we are available to negotiate on groundwater management and believe it is imperative that our rural counties receive this tool today. We cannot wait to act on our water future. Fourth priority water, our legislators continue to fight to protect our Colorado River community's fourth priority river water. The bleak news on the river system's health has not deterred their efforts. Our lobbying team has had conversations with leadership in the House about a possible moratorium on transfers and how we might be able to negotiate such a solution. And last but not least, there's been some outside forces at play. If you've been listening to the radio in recent weeks, great state of Maricopa coalitions such as the Central Arizona Home Builders, EPCOR, Central Arizona Corporate Ag have sent letters to the legislature and have run negative radio ads here in our own backyard, advocating against rural management area and fourth priority legislation. They mentioned Representative Cobb, Representative Biasucci, and our own Mojave County Board of Supervisors. Unfortunately, their campaign is built on untrue statements about both pieces of legislation. Make no mistake, they are running these ads simply because they are rattled that we're actually being successful with our water advocacy. We're still talking about it in June. And because Central Arizona and out of state and out of country corporate agriculture wants to keep unfettered access to our rural water. Our legislative district 5 representatives continue to have significant leverage, and we have encouraged them to use that leverage in their advocacy for both priority for Colorado River water and groundwater. And that's all I had this morning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. I didn't know I was getting beaten up. I must not listen to the right radio station. County Manager's report.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. One item. County employment vacancies have stabilized and have been trending in the right direction since the beginning of the year. I truly believe this is directly attributed to the board action of approving an employee pay increase back in November of last year, as well as raising the entry-level hiring pay to $14.50 an hour. So as of last Friday, June 17, and for the first time this calendar year, our employment vacancies have dropped to under 100. It's still a lot, but it's better than the 130 to 150 average that we were carrying. And that is broken down into 82 vacancies in the general admin departments and 16 in the court system. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Approval of the May 16th Board of Supervisor meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Call to the public. Pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, a public body may make an open call to the public during a public meeting subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on any issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, may ask staff to review a matter, or may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members of the public body shall not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. Jeanette Duran. Mark Shavers on deck.
Thank you. Water is a concern of mine too. I live downtown and I can't tell you how many times I've seen water running down the street, crossing intersections. I follow the water. We have a problem. The city complex, including the fire department, have huge lawns When they built this building, they didn't put lawns out there. They put rock. They have, the city complex has, they have broken, you know, fixtures on the lawn and stuff. And I go up there and I complain about it. If they're closed, I call up on it. Last month, I went to the fire department because they had a broken sprinkler out there. And water was pouring down the street, going across all the way down to Beale and beyond. I knocked on the door. I told them, hey, you got water pouring down the street. Oh, well, you should turn it off. Oh, we can't do that here. We got to call somebody. Really? They didn't call anybody. At least nothing happened when I've seen it. And it's happened several times. Anyway, on another water issue, the county needs to start putting the reins on a lot of the building, because all these new homes going in, they need support services. They need fresh water. They need sewage treatment. Water we don't have, really, we just don't have. So water is a real issue here, and the lack of it, which is getting worse and worse all the time. You know, city complexes need something green, concrete in and paint it. So thank you very much for hearing me. Anybody have a question?
We can't take questions at this time.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark Shaver. Wayne Hollis is on deck.
Mark Shaver, 4054 West Hiller Drive, Meadview, Arizona, 86444. I had to go back to 2010 to the water policies that the board approved back then on mud flow, investigation and hydraulic modeling. So it's my understanding that there's going to be a presentation now that's hopefully fulfill all those questions that were outlined in the 2010 general plan regarding water. If so, then that should, from what I'm hearing Mr. Supervisor Linkfelder there, that the language now be changed, or at least from may to should. I like to see shall in those policies, but I'll settle for should. I'm starting to think that now that the science are not catching up beyond current beliefs regarding how science is conducted. And I hope that the presentation and the presenter will put it in such a fashion that we all can understand, especially when it comes to the language of shall, should, and may. This body has a bad habit of putting may in things, and it's not good. Thank you for rocking the boat there, Lingfeller.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Hollins. Scotty McClure on deck.
Hello, Wayne Holland from Golden Valley, Arizona. Again, water. I know water is a priority and getting more so all the time, and hopefully we'll actually do something to retain the water. And speaking about the One Rock dams and the check dams and stuff like that, that's all in the county manual that I brought with me at the last meeting. We just got to do it. But we need to start high in the watershed. You can't put a check down out here in the middle of the Sacramento Wash and expect it to stay there very long if we get water running through there. So you got to slow it down at the top and soak it in. And then I know the county's been doing injection wells and all this kind of stuff, which is good county projects, but again, we're ignoring the people who live here who could do things on their own property. We also could do more to promote gray water use. Got all these new homes going in. Gray water plumbing should be plumbed in and ready to somebody to hook up when they move in their house. Also, another big thing is to mulch your property, but we have no mulch unless you want to buy it in 2 cubic foot bags. We have no bulk way to get it, but yet we have the landfill. Everybody hauls their yard waste out there and throws it in a dump, fills up the dump when it could be used and put back out on the property to help infiltrate the water. No compost, same thing. We could compost out there, sell it, give it back, whatever it takes to get it back to the people so they can use it. It's hard to put mulch on if you can't get it readily. Again, we say doing stuff bold. Well, talking isn't doing. You got to get out there and get the shovel busy. Of course, people need trained on how to do it. We need to get with people, train the people, organizations to help do those. We have our community parks out there would make a good demonstration site, education site to show what water harvesting features will do. It's not that so much that we don't have a lot of water in the desert, it's that we let it all run off right down the wash and out of the area, and the people living here don't get any use out of that. We need to slow it down, spread it out, and sink it in the ground where it falls, not let it run off. And again, use your own county manuals that tell us how to do those things. I don't know why we haven't did that in the past. It's pretty simple. We spent the money making the manuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Scotty McClure. And Nan Nicole is on deck.
I need a clarification before you start this. Ron, on number 49, are we going to be, I don't, see, we couldn't get a backup on that, so I have no idea what the heck you're up to. Is comment going to be allowed, like I'm going to gripe about the ad hoc committee, or should that go now?
It's on the agenda, so you have to speak when the item's up on.
So I can bring up the ad hoc griping?
Wait. You have to
I got to do that now.
You have to wait till 49.
Okay. All right, that's all right. I'm ready. If it ain't fixed, don't break it, don't fix it, whatever. You guys are going to go ahead and do that, and 5 people are going to get to choose. You 5 up there are the only ones in this county that are going to get a say-so on moving the fairgrounds and spending millions of dollars on something that ain't broke. So I know this is going to take a while. I would like to have an ad hoc committee about this one that was in the paper on June 1st in the Standard by Dave Hawkins. I'd like to have an ad hoc committee meeting down in Lake Havasu City and down in Bullhead. I don't think all of you need to come down there, but I'd like Ms. Boonhauser to have a public meeting, comments, so we don't have to travel and spend $60 in gas to get up here. On this ad hoc committee, I see DePie auction. Fran didn't even know, Fran DePie. I talked to her 2 Saturdays ago at the Fairgrounds. She was rented two buildings. She didn't know anything about this ad hoc committee. Nobody contacted her. She's been trying to get on the old Fairgrounds committee for years. They wouldn't let her on. I would like to hear from her. She rents those buildings down there more than anybody else in this county. I'd like to hear her comments. Why wasn't she contacted? Now, this 21-acre parcel that was on the agenda a couple weeks ago, and the parcel by the library and animal shelter for $4.65 million. You guys took an offer from somebody and didn't have a closing date on it, or it's just, well, I'll pause the bid on this? What kind of crap is that? Accepting a bid? And I thought the board was kind of looking for 5 acres or so. How about putting them in the middle of town where it's convenient to come and get some bodies and death certificates and stuff like that instead of weighing the hell out there? That's bull. You already own the acreage. I just don't get that. I wasn't here, I wasn't able to come up here because of the gas prices. Yeah, I still wanting an audit. I guess I can't bring that up on number 49, but I did just now again. How many times have I asked for an audit? I don't know if that's included in this number 49.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Nicole. Tanya Dowson's on deck.
Good morning, everybody, supervisors, audience, other officials. I'm here today to talk about our county and our country. Let's secure our counties and our country because the county is the first line of defense to secure our liberties. Our founders of the federal government strictly limited what it could govern, which is mostly in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The reason for this is that local government is closest to the people, so the county is where we, the people, have the most power to secure or change various policies and procedures. So thank you all. I'm glad you're here. There are a little more than 3,100 counties in the U.S. The 7 key functions in the jurisdiction of our county are the supervisors, election board, election department, school board, county sheriff, county judges, and prosecuting attorneys, just as in other counties. We, the people, elect our local candidates to govern for us. At these boards, etc., we, the people, have the right to contact and deal with officials directly. This is a representative government that our country established in the 1700s. So, I'm telling you all of this, which many of you know already, just to emphasize that we, the people, have come before you several times regarding money that comes with strings attached from the federal and state government. In writing, it plainly states what the reception of these funds binds us to. To date, I have not heard nor seen anywhere in the newspaper if any of the supervisors have checked into the implications of these edicts, orders, and etc. You may have, but there's no record that I can find. So that's why I'm bringing that up. Thank you. Therefore, I'm respectfully asking that each one of you investigate this. I hope to hear from you at the August 1st meeting, and thank you for your time. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanya Dowson. Karen Vanderjack's on deck.
Good morning, Tanya Dowson, Mojave County taxpayer. Our country's founders understood the best way to a peaceful society was for everyone to respect each other's natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Matt Kirby summed it up succinctly: don't hurt other people and don't take their stuff. It's that simple. The founders understood acts of aggression against other people, murder, subjugation, and theft, are the root causes of most civil unrest and war. So they created the Constitution to secure our natural rights. To enforce our laws, it's necessary to give a group of ordinary people who we call government just enough power to secure everyone's rights. To be effective, the government has to be able to act with sufficient force to stop anyone who is acting with aggression against someone else. They also need enough force to enforce their laws. Over the years, our government has accumulated more power than the founders had intended. It began using its aggression to help itself to our private property to pay for their special interests, some call charities. They have nothing to do with protecting our rights. Government always tries to make their wealth redistribution program sound virtuous, but there's nothing virtuous in compulsory charity. This is tyranny, and we must not support it, and we must not allow it to go on. The state of Arizona and Mojave County get much of their money from grants from the federal government. HUD, USDA, FDA, etc. The government gets this money that it gives away from the taxpayers, that's us. These grants come with strings attached in the form of requirements to implement Biden's regime's Marxist agenda. If the state and local government fail to implement Biden's local agenda on the people to the satisfaction of the federal government, the state and local governments may have to return the grant money. I've even read that the local government could even be fined. Mojave County must find a way to secure the funds they need without inflicting the Democrats' Marxist agenda on the people. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Karen Vanderjack, Jem Morgaine on deck.
Good morning, supervisors and everyone else. I come to you today as a teacher because I am a teacher. I'm a retired teacher, and I was Arizona's 2015 Teacher of the Year. So I'm going to act as my teacher hat today. I have a story to tell you. It's a true story about Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett was put into Congress in 1826, and he served his term, and he went back to get reelected. Well, something happened in 1827 actually. There was a fire in Georgetown, and everyone stepped forward and say, hey, let's help rebuild Georgetown, and the Congress appropriated money. So he went back home, and he was hoping to get reelected, and the farmers wouldn't even speak to him, and he couldn't figure out why, and he got them together, and they said, well, you're not following the Constitution. Where in the Constitution are we supposed to take care of the needs of other people? This isn't a charity, and we're not putting you back into office. And he goes, you're absolutely right. I apologize, and I will go back, and I promise you, I will not do anything that is not according to the Constitution. So we went back, and the very first day he was back, I think it was, a widow came in, and she was a naval widow or something, and she comes in and she's crying, and I lost my husband and I need money. And and of course they wanted to speak up right away. Let's appropriate some money for her. And he goes, and Davy Crockett said, no, wait, stop. He goes, look, I'm probably the poorest man here in this Congress, but I will give you I will give you a week's of my own pay. And he says, all these gentlemen here, they're well endowed, and I'm sure each of them will at least give a week's pay. And it may have been a month, I don't know. But anyway, he says, so let's step forward now. Let's see how many of you, raise your hand, if you will all go in and give this lady a week's pay and not appropriate it from the Treasury. And guess how many people raised their hand? Big zero, none of them. So that's the lesson we're learning here. And I'm bringing this up today because there are several areas where we are acting like a charity. And I'm going to come back up. I'm on the agenda, and I'll be back up to remind you of the story of Davy Crockett. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jem Morgaine.
Good morning. My name is Jem Morgaine. I'm here today as the Executive Director of Real Change PAC. Before I speak, I would like to say I am disappointed that the board is holding public work today on Juneteenth, which is a federal holiday. It's expected from Mojave County, but still disappointing. The issue that I'm here to talk about today is the nonpartisan common ground issue of water sustainability. In specific, I would like to address a comment made by Supervisor Lingenfelter at the last meeting, where he made a comment about that citizens living within Gail Griffin's district down in Cochise County have found an end run around her and collected enough signatures to get the AMA placed on the ballot. They were not finding an end run around Gail Griffin. They were finding an end run around Cochise County supervisors who, like Mojave County, are not upholding their responsibility. So Cochise County supervisors, Mojave County supervisors, you are not always making your decisions in the best interests of the inhabitants, of the people. And that is why they have found an end run down in Cochise County, because the county supervisors are failing to take care of the local control that is within their authority around the water issue. So for many years, I've been coming before this body, asking you, begging you, pleading you to pressure our state legislators to work to change the laws in Arizona that privilege those 5 major corporate industries: railroad, mining, metallurgical, grazing, which is cattle, and the general agricultural, because you cannot rezone that affects those industries, right? You have not once ever done so. And in fact, because of your inactivity on trying to change these antiquated, outdated laws that were made back in the 1800s, long before we understood about the limitations of water resources or had global technology that was importing our water crops, overseas to Saudi Arabia to feed cattle across the ocean. These laws were great when they were created, but they are no longer viable in this present day. They need to be updated, they need to be changed. But you, of course, are privileging those commercial interests, not the interests of the inhabitants of Mojave County. We are not asking for no business, no development, but we need to have a better balance in Mojave County that balances the corporate interests versus the interests of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, board members, good morning again. As you heard from Supervisor Lincoln Felter, he and representatives from the area, along with staff, met with Speaker of the House. And so Supervisor thought it would be a great idea to share the same info with the board. And I would just like to tell you just briefly before I ask Tim to proceed with the presentation that since 2017, Mojave County, City of Kingman, and the USGS have been in a partnership working together to study, track, model, to understand the conditions of the Wallapai Basin and the Wallapai Aquifer. The model is a dynamic living document based on relevant information, such as the City of Kingman actual domestic usage of water, as well as well data recorded by the Arizona Department of Water Resources, and agricultural activities, commercial in nature in the area. Please note that this work that is going to be presented to you based on the model is fairly conservative in nature. As we model to produce this information, there are ranges of low and high to be used, and we deliberately chose to use the lower range so we can be as accurate as possible and preserve the credibility of the information that is presented to you. And with that, I would say, please keep in mind if there are any discrepancies or deviations, we've erred on the conservative side. Just think what it could be if we use the higher range, or if the picture is any worse than what we're presenting to you. I will end with, it is really the intent here to update this model annually based on field conditions and to make it to calibrate it regularly to build a higher degree of confidence in the results and to make it a living document with a baseline year to reference as we look back as we proceed forward. And with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Tim, and appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman and board members, to present this to you.
Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Gould, members of the board, appreciate this opportunity to share some of our updated findings on the Hualapai Aquifer. The United States Geological Survey has been monitoring the Hualapai Aquifer for some time now. We have reports back as far as 2006 where they've been monitoring groundwater levels, estimating storage, and then monitoring inflows and outflows of the aquifer. And as County Manager Alters just mentioned, most recently modeling the impact of the increase in agriculture in the aquifer. As part of that most recent contract with USGS, that most recent study, they prepared a user interface which allows for the county to be able to go in and update those numbers annually based on our observations of the activities within the basin. Just a brief overview, the Hualapai Basin is about a 1,200 square mile basin and is comprised of 3 basins. The Southern Gregg Subbasin to the north, the Hualapai Subbasin in the middle, and the Kingman Subbasin on the south. It's bordered on the west by the Surbat Mountains, on the south by the Hualapai Mountains, on the east by the Grand Wash Cliffs, and on the northwest by the White Hills. Data included in this presentation and in this model was obtained by local and state agencies. The well data presented today was all acquired from the Arizona Department of Water Resources database. Municipal usage was obtained from the city of Kingman along with projections. And then farming estimates were based on observations by county staff, both aerial surveys and on the ground surveys, which identified locations, types, and acreages of agriculture going on. Just to cover a few terms in the presentation, I'll reference a 1,200 foot level, 1,200 foot water level. That goes back to a level determined by ADWR or utilized by ADWR in determining an adequate and assured water supply. ADWR uses that level to identify available water in aquifers, in groundwater aquifers. And the industry standard is that 1,200 foot level. And that's basically a level at which below that level, water becomes either more difficult to pump or begins to have water quality concerns at that level. So you'll hear the 1,200 foot level a few times throughout this presentation. That's what that's referring to. We'll also refer to water budgets, which I believe you've heard a number of times already, both from myself and Nick Hunt. But a water budget is basically an accounting of water going into the aquifer and water coming out of the aquifer, both by natural recharge, enhanced recharge going in, and then pumping and other means coming out. So with that, as I mentioned, USGS has been working on or monitoring the Hualapai Aquifer for some time. In 2013, they prepared a study, and within that study, they included a water budget. That water budget showed, in 2013, that study was prior to this significant increase in agriculture, which we've seen in the basin. And that water budget showed basically a 5,600 acre foot deficit. So we were pumping out 5,600 acre feet more than what was being recharged into the basin. Again, this was prior to the farming that we've seen, the agriculture that we've seen in the area. Fast forward now to the most recent study, the 2021 study, which there's a few different numbers being put out there. 2017, the study started. So many of the numbers used within that study are from 2017, but it was actually published in 2021. So the 2021 published study shows that increase going up to 30,000, or that deficit going up to 30,900 acre feet annually. So almost a 6 times increase in the deficit of water being pumped out of the aquifer. And that's attributed primarily to the increase in agriculture. In that water budget, you can see a 26,000 acre-foot increase in demand from agriculture. That budget does also include a 1,200 acre-foot a year recharge based on enhanced recharge projects. That one primarily is the injection well, which the city of Kingman is working on right now. It's not quite in operation, but they are getting closer to having that in place. So just in that short time frame, we've seen this significant increase in the deficit occurring in the Wallapai Aquifer. Some other trends that we've seen in the basin. These are the non-exempt wells within the basin. The yellow line you see are applications for new wells, and the red line are non-exempt wells. Now the applications, we started this in 2012, and that's a cumulative number. So in 2012, you'll see one well application. In 2013, that 9 includes the one from 2012 and on up until in 2021, May of 2021, there were 242 non-exempt well applications from 2012 to 2021. The non-exempt wells, now these are installed wells within the Wallapai Aquifer. In 2012, we saw 97 non-exempt wells. In 2013, that went to 98. You'll see a substantial jump in 2014 up to 132 total wells, and a steady increase until May of 2021. We have 182 wells within the aquifer. Now, of those 182 wells, there are at least 23 of those wells that are capable of pumping 2,000 gallons per minute or more. And of those 23, 16 are rated at 3,000 gallons per minute or more. So some pretty substantial wells, pretty substantial well capacity within the basin. Going on to acreage, now you'll hear me say Wallapai Basin. When I say, unless I say Wallapai Subbasin, I'm referring to the whole basin, which includes all 3 subbasins. So in the overall Wallapai Basin, there are currently, and this is based on our 2021 numbers, and these numbers were pulled from the Mojave County Assessor's page, or Assessor's website and database. There are currently 77,743 acres currently owned by farming entities within the Wallapai Basin. Of those 77,743 acres, 8,400 acres are currently cultivated. And that 8,400 acres of cultivation yields a demand of 26,901 acre feet of water. And you'll see that correlates back to that 26,000 acre feet that was utilized in USGS's water budget. Now, within the subbasin, it's the Kingman subbasin itself, which is primarily where the city of Kingman gets its water. There are 33,117 acres owned of that total 77,743. And of the total 8,400 currently cultivated within the Wallapai Aquifer, 5,362 acres are cultivated within the Kingman Aquifer, or the Kingman subbasin. That 5,362 acres yields a demand of 16,086 acre feet. Now, as County Managers Elters indicated, we used conservative numbers. So a pistachio tree, an almond tree, at full growth, they can use anywhere between 3 to 6 acre feet per year per acre. So in all of our estimates, we use the 3 acre feet per year per acre, just so that we were conservative in our numbers. So this number of 16,086 is using those more conservative numbers. So with this data, with this information, we were able to update the models, working with the USGS model and working with the modeler who both created it and developed that model. We ran 4 scenarios. The first scenario we ran was the base model, utilizing USGS's numbers from 2017. Their farming or their agricultural estimates with some growth in agriculture, and their municipal uses for the city of Kingman. Their municipal uses held the current pumping data that they received in 2017 from the city of Kingman, and basically held those numbers current throughout the model with no growth. Using those numbers, we have about, basically the model showed 140 years until the water level reached down to 1,200 foot depth. So that was our base model. That's just confirming that we were running it similar to how they were running it, and everything matched up. So our second scenario, we utilized their model, kept the agricultural assumptions the same, and we updated the city of Kingman water through 2021. They keep track of their pumping data. We updated those numbers up through 2021, and then we utilized a 2.5% growth for the city of Kingman demand for the next 30 years. And that was in correlation with the city of Kingman. And by updating just the municipal use and keeping the USGS agricultural assumptions the same, that number drops to 100 years before the 1,200 foot depth. Our third scenario is if we hold agricultural acreage frozen. So basically utilizing that 8,400 acres that are currently cultivated by the farms. If we hold that current and utilize the same city data, the updated data from the city of Kingman with the 2.5% growth, that bumps us up to 130 years until we reach that 1,200 foot depth. Now, all of these are within the Kingman subbasin. The Wallapai Basin is a much larger basin, and as has been mentioned previously, at some point there is going to be some separation between those two basins. But with those numbers, all of these numbers that I mentioned here with 130 years on this one is within the Kingman subbasin. And then the last scenario we ran was full build out of all agricultural owned acreage. And that was the full 77,743 acres. Now we did look at a couple of things just to temper those numbers. We looked at mountainous terrain where obviously you won't be able to build or to farm, and that we excluded those acreages. And we also allowed for a 10-year build out with a 10 years to maturity. And what we found in running that model was that there would be 50 years before the Kingman subbasin reached that 1,200 foot depth. Now, just to kind of put a little perspective on the 1,200 foot depth, currently the water level in the Kingman Basin is anywhere between 500 and 700 foot below surface. Many of the wells are drilled, many of the larger wells are drilled to about 1,100 feet with their pumps being set somewhere between that 500 to 700 foot level down to between the water level and the bottom of that well. So most of them being set between 600 and 800 feet below surface. You have to allow, a little bit of drawdown as the pump comes on, but you also don't want it too far to the bottom because they'll start pulling up mud and all of that fun stuff. If and when the water level drops to 1,200 feet, those existing wells become useless. They become dry and no longer able to pump. New wells will be required, and those new wells will have to go, instead of the 1,100 foot level, you're looking closer to a 2,000 foot level, a 2,000 foot depth to allow both for the drawdown and to keep it off of the bottom of the well. New wells, you're looking anywhere 2 to 3 million per well. And that doesn't account for the water quality questions that relate or that are associated with that deeper water level. So pretty substantial impact, not just to city wells, but to all wells. As that water level continues to go lower and lower, any of the wells in that basin are going to start feeling those impacts, whether that be city, whether it be agricultural, or whether it be ranching. So definitely a serious impact to the area. And that wraps up my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Walsh? Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Thank you for the presentation, Tim. I think it's important for not only our board, but for the citizens that we serve, and hopefully the media will pick this up and as they continue to craft legislation down at the state, hopefully some of those headlines will make it down there for them to consider as well. When you spoke about the non-exempt wells, in both the installed and the permits, would you say, obviously, over 90-something% of all of those new wells are from the agriculture, is that correct?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Lingenfelter, we were able to pull the ownership for each of those wells. To give you an exact percentage, I couldn't do that, but definitely it was an overwhelming, many of the new wells were all agricultural related.
Thank you. And you can correct my math if you need to, but for those that have difficulty converting GPM, gallons per minute, to gallons, a 3,000 gallon per minute well is capable of pumping around 4 million gallons of water every day. Is that correct? Around that, right?
You get up to the podium and the brain goes away.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust your numbers on that one instead of.
It's significant when,
yes,
when you have multiple
definitely.
wells that are capable of pumping over 4 million gallons of water every day.
Yes.
With no limit. Something you didn't mention, in all of those scenarios that were run with the USGS model, we know that the basin is going to separate at about Long Mountain into two separate and disconnected subbasins. I know in the original report, or the last report, the second report, most people know of, USGS did, in their conclusions, I think they said that that was going to happen within all scenarios of that study within 40 years or so.
Yes, I believe the USGS, I think they have it as early as 2050 that separation begins, and in some of our scenarios as well, we show it even sooner than that, depending on the amount of demand.
Obviously, with the updated municipal use and certainly at a full build-out scenario, that would happen much faster. So the well data you showed, that's from City of Kingman, Public Works Department, and I know that in speaking with Rob Owen, they said that they have maybe 10 or 11 municipal wells. I mean, it sounds familiar as former Vice Mayor Kingman that are in that Kingman subbasin. And most of those are at a depth of, 600 to 800 feet. And if the pump, is much higher than that, right? So this is something that we have to really keep working with our state representatives on to make them understand that if the City of Kingman were to be required to drill 10 new municipal wells, the City of Kingman by far would have the most expensive water rates in the whole state.
That's correct. And really, again, that goes to, for a clarification, I believe most of their pumps are set at that 600 to 800 foot level with the well going to about 1,100 feet below surface.
Okay,
but absolutely, if we get to that 1,200 foot level, they're looking at drilling all those new wells, and that doesn't account, again, those costs don't account for whatever water quality treatment will be needed because of the type of water at that level.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think the data, and I'm glad that we're going to be running it every year. Hopefully we'll be successful this year, but, it just doesn't make any sense outside the active management areas to have somebody that doesn't have to go through a planning and zoning process. Then they can drill as many wells as they want, as large as they want. They can pump as much water as they want. They don't have to meter it, and they don't have to report it to anybody about how much they use. That's insanity. We have to get some new rural water protections for Arizona. And it's not just Mojave County. It's happening in Yavapai, it's happening in Coconino, clearly happening in Cochise for a long time. It's happening in La Paz. It's way past time for us to have real tools. That's all I have to say.
Questions for Director Walsh?
I have a question.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we keep talking about all this legislation that's trying to be passed in Phoenix. Can't the public just go to a vote and get the same thing done?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Johnson, I don't have the exact requirements for it, but there are abilities for the public to petition and then seek those protections as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Director Walsh? Hearing none. Yep. Supervisor Bishop.
Tim, this model will be ran every year, every other year. How do we plan to go forward with using the mod?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, yeah, our intent is to monitor each year, monitor the activities and that, both agriculture and other that are going on within the basin, update our numbers and run the model again just to keep those numbers current.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Director Walsh, are we actually looking at the actual static water level in the aquifer as part of this?
Chairman Gould, that is correct. We are monitoring that as well. ADWR actually has a number of monitoring wells that they have in the area that was utilized both in this model as well as others. So yes, we're monitoring the water levels as well.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions?
One last question.
Supervisor Bishop.
This presentation is about the Wallapai aquifer, but we can run the same model on the Sacramento aquifer as well, correct?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, our most recent contract with USGS focused only on the Wallapai aquifer, so the ability to update those numbers within the model is only available to the Wallapai aquifer at this time. We do not have the updated Sacramento aquifer. That was not included in the most recent study by USGS.
Okay, and the reason for that is because the Sacramento aquifer, as far as the information we have, is a healthy aquifer, and we don't have the concerns with that aquifer as we do the Wallapai.
I believe that, yes, Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, that is correct. The Sacramento aquifer covers a much larger area, and from the information that I've read, has a larger storage capacity than does the Wallapai aquifer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
Supervisor Bishop, this model is tailored for the Wallapai aquifer. One can be developed for the Sacramento aquifer. However, it's not perceived to be needed at this time. As far as the Wallapai aquifer is concerned, and to also answer your question, the intent is to repeat this exercise no sooner than annually. With that, we can monitor activities removing water or pumping water, as well as activities recharging water. As you know, the city of Kingman has an active well currently under construction. The county has multiple projects in various areas that are designed to capture runoff water and recharge the aquifer. So by updating it annually or at some frequency, we can calibrate it on one hand and make it a living document to where we can learn from it, understand the health and the conditions of this aquifer as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Walsh, when was it they did the USGS did the Sacramento aquifer? Was back in like 2010?
Chairman Gould, the latest study that I've got from USGS on the Sacramento is actually combined with the Wallapai and detrital. It was published in 2013, so likely began in that time frame of 2010.
Okay, thank you, sir. Further questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop, you have anything you'd like to remove? Whoop, I got to hang on, back up.
Okay.
Had somebody that wanted to comment. Kathy Peck. Wanted to comment on the presentation. Kathy Peck. That was questions only?
No, that's not her, sorry. That's
It's not you anyway. But thanks for chiming in. Apparently she's no longer here. Okay, moving on to consent agenda. Supervisor Bishop.
36.
36. Supervisor Angus.
None this morning.
None. Supervisor Johnson. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Nothing this morning, Mr. Chairman.
Oh. Okay. Mine are number 9. (13), 14, 19, 20, 22, 31, 13, 14, 19, 20. Most of these were at the request of members of the public. And then Supervisor Bishop. So it was, with the exceptions of 9, 13, 14, 19, 20, 22, 31, and 36. Looking for a motion.
Chairman Gold, I'll make a motion to approve with the exception of those that you called off.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Number 9. Let's take risk management.
Chairman Gould, Supervisors, be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Stewart, I was just curious. I read the backup. I was just curious, what are we going to do with the money?
The money supports the emergency management budget. So essentially, this is Homeland Security money that comes to the state. Actually, it comes to the Arizona Military and Emergency Military Affairs Department. And unlike many other states, Arizona decided that they were going to forward a lot of that money that comes in for emergency management performance grant to the counties to support their emergency management programs at the county level, because essentially all emergencies are local and this is where the emergencies start. So we've been receiving this ever since I've been here and before. We've been receiving emergency EMPG money, emergency management performance grant money, and it supports essentially the emergency management operating budget.
So it talks about in the backup about projects and studies and stuff, so we're not doing any of that. It's just the operation of the...
Yes, there's no projects or anything else. The only thing that probably that's significant that the largest amount of that money goes to is to support our Code Red emergency notification system, so that we can notify the public when we have emergencies going on. That's a service that we pay for every year.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Stewart? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 13. Got some people from the pub. Karen Vanderjack.
I think this is the one I was actually for, reducing reducing the money for meals. Is that the right one?
Yeah, it's the senior meals program.
So I'm just going to go back to, although I'm in agreement, I want to say a quote here from Davy Crockett. And we have the right as individuals to give away as much of our own money as we please in charity. But as a servant to the people, we have no right to appropriate a dollar of the public money. So although I'm for this, I'm glad you're reducing it. I'd like to see it go away and make the public aware that there is a need. And this is when people step up, churches and organizations, veteran groups or whatever. They will step up if they know the government isn't providing. We've got to remember that 3/4 of our taxes are really transfer money. What does that mean? Well, this one over here, that's where the money should be spent. on things that are directly related to our government, and this is the federal government, but then they give away 3/4 of it in the form of grants. It looks so lovely. It looks like free money, but it's actually transfer money. All it is our taxes, and so you're asking us to take care of the needs, and that's fine. Just like David Crockett said, we can do that. We can do that individually if we want to do that. So this is transfer money through grants and allocations, and like the $41 million the county was scratching their head about how to spend, that's not your job. It's not your job to do that. So, okay, that's all I want to say, and I'm glad you're reducing it.
Ma'am, we also need to remember that a majority of Americans do not pay income tax. So that burden is lumped on a minority of the members of the public. Thank you. Tanya Dowson.
Good morning, Tanya Dowson, Mojave County taxpayer, and thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor Gould. It appears that the county is considering decreasing the total meals cost for senior meals program, and I'm on board with reducing the cost and even eliminating the program. These services are primarily funded through grants available under the Older Americans Act, the County General Fund, and donations for the program. I completely support donations, private donations to support the program. Seniors are invaluable to Mojave County, and I'm not heartless. I'm for voluntary contributions that help seniors. I think that's a noble cause. However, using the force of government against peaceful people to take their private property in the form of tax money to redistribute it to people that didn't earn it is not noble. That's theft. I support the county's decreasing the total per meal cost for the senior meals program. Charities should be supported through voluntary donations, not the force of government. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tara, what are we doing here?
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. This is a routine renewal of the senior meals program. What's not routine about it is that the vendor, Kingman Regional Medical Center, actually reached out to us. When we contacted them about the renewal, they actually expected that there were going to be cost increases because their costs have gone up. For the same reasons that all costs are going up. It's harder to get supplies, it's harder to get workers, but they are under new management, and they actually reached out to us and informed us that they will no longer be charging us for food prep, labor costs, and that they hope the small token of support would be beneficial to the county as we serve the needs of our community. So I would just like to offer kudos to Kingman Regional Medical Center for working with us in these difficult times.
I agree. Thank you, ma'am. Questions for Tara?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'd say that for those that don't know, Mojave County has a much higher concentration and percentage of veterans, older veterans that live in Mojave County versus everywhere else. A lot of the people that use these meal programs served in World War II and in other campaigns. And I support the meal program to feed our not only our war veterans, but all the other older Americans that call Mojave County home that were at one time during their life captains of industry and a lot of really interesting stories. So I fully support this.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other further questions for Tara?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 14, Karen Vanderjack.
Okay, once again, I want to bring up Davy Crockett. Paying tuition fees for select unemployment and underemployed people. Isn't that the redistribution of wealth? I mean, we are taxpayers but we're supposed to like take care of all these needs out here. There must be a different way to do it. All I'm saying is it's not the job of the government. You are the government. We can work with local organizations. This is where when community comes into play. We haven't given them a chance because we're so busy taking care of all the needs by letting the government take care of it. And I'm still trying to sink in what Supervisor Gold. Oh, by the way, thank you for my $165, by the way. But I didn't get what you said when people don't pay taxes. So you're saying because people aren't paying taxes, is that what you were saying?
Well, it's now a minority of Americans pay income tax. So
Okay.
the burden of all these programs is falling on the shoulders of fewer number of people.
So in a sense, you're agreeing with me that, oh, okay, I thought you were, okay, great. Yeah, you get the point that all the burden comes on us. But if we spread it out and just let people know, people will give. I've seen people that barely have anything will give. People that aren't paying income tax will say, you know what, I'll put my money towards that because I believe in it. So anyway, that's all I want to say about it.
Well, it's interesting now that we've decided that it's government's responsibility to train workers for private business. In the old, as a tradesman, this strikes near and dear to my heart because in the olden days, the apprentice's father would pay the craftsman to teach that apprentice a trade and got to use that as labor. And then the agreement was that if you were the blacksmith or the butcher or the candlestick maker, that you would then, that apprentice would go off to another town and hang his shingle up there. And that was how it's done. So, but that's not how it works anymore. I have to pay apprentices wages to train them and hope that they stay around long enough to pay me back, while third parties make the benefit of the so-called trade education that these people get. And frankly, a lot of times they come out with very little education. They barely come out with the background knowledge that they need to know before you put them out in the field to apprentice with a journeyman. I don't know why all these things have become the responsibility of government, which were once the responsibility of the family and the business itself that benefited from these labor. That's just my
That's
sidebar.
exactly my point. We have turned the whole thing upside down, and suddenly the government is in charge of this. Thank you for your comment.
And it would be the truck driving companies that would benefit directly from these people, so it should be them training their own employees. It shouldn't fall on the backs of the ever decreasing income tax payer.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanya Dowson.
Good morning, Tanya Delson, Mojave County taxpayer. It appears that government wants to purchase tuition for truck driving school for some unemployed or underemployed people. And that is not the government's role or responsibility. Forcing taxpayers to give up their private property, which is their money, in the form of taxes for the purpose of paying tuition fees for select unemployed or underemployed people who didn't earn the money is a blatant redistribution of wealth. Our county shouldn't be implementing Biden's Marxist redistribution agenda. This is part of the Marxist agenda of having the government think that it's supposed to take care of people in need. That was never the role of government. The role of government is to protect our property rights, which includes our money, which includes our tax money. And it's supposed to be used to secure our rights and not take our money and decide what special interest groups they want to support. I don't support paying for somebody to have truck driving school. That's not how I want my tax money spent. But I don't have a choice because you're taking that choice from me. The government takes that, not you personally, but the government is taking that choice from me. And that just isn't right. It's unethical. Thank you.
And a lot of these things, I'm in agreement with you folks on a lot of these things. The problem is the federal government is the ones that control this, and the federal government is the ones that plunder you. And the problem is then if we don't spend the plunder, then our folks don't get the truck driver training that the other areas are getting. We really need to fix this at the top.
Yeah.
And get back to the limited federal government that with enumerated powers.
Well, I was always taught that two wrongs don't make a right. And I was taught even in my real estate ethics course that the idea that if you don't take it, somebody else will, is unethical thinking. And our real estate course cautioned us against even going down that road because it's unethical. So I see it as it's wrong to plunder, and then it's wrong basically to be a fence, to be fencing the stolen property. That's the way it comes across to me.
Sure, and you're entitled to that opinion. I
Okay.
think the real estate industry operates differently than government. And
Well, ethics and morals is kind of covers everybody. You know, it's wrong to steal and it's wrong to sell the stolen property.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
You know, I'm glad you said what you said because, you know, first of all, I want to say that Davy Crockett story, you know, there's been a lot of variations of it. I actually read it from this podium about 6 years ago, as is, it is not yours to give. And philosophically, I think everybody on this board agrees with that. But we also understand that we are under a certain set of parameters to work under. And as we go into this agenda, and we have been, you'll see that there are going to be other things that you guys are going to want to talk about and say the same things. And I'll say this, we represent our districts and we try to do our best possible job for our districts. If tomorrow, this whole country, or even just the state said, you know what, we're going to flip this. We're going to do what originally the Constitution and the framers asked us to do. I'd say right on, and we would be in for it. But you're asking me to penalize my constituents over a philosophy that frankly doesn't exist anymore. I hate, it doesn't. The whole government, and you know, you talk about this being Biden's, you know, this has been going on for decades and decades through Republican administrations and Democrat administrations. It's taken many, many years to get where we're at. So it's difficult when you're sitting up here because we do have, I agree with you philosophically and on principle, 1,000%. But this is the rules, this is the parameters, the framework that we are under. So you'll be seeing about the Arpa money coming up, and you know, I'll wait because I know you're going to talk about the same stuff there too, and we'll talk more there. But understand, we all agree with you. You know, as many times as you get up here, I'm going to be going like this, but again, if everybody agreed around the country and said, you know what, this isn't working, we're going to flip back, it's going to be hard for a while, I'd say, you know, we would all be with that. But I'm not going to penalize my district, my lower income district, just because philosophically I believe it's all wrong.
So you'll implement Marxism
I'm not going to, you know, go back.
I'm making my public comment. This is my public comment time. So you'll implement Marxism on us just so you don't hurt your constituents. I don't think that's ethical either. I don't think that's right. This is the Biden administration implementing a Marxist agenda. And I post a lot of this stuff on Facebook and I get overwhelming negative response. People are not aware. A lot of people are surprised that this is happening. A lot of people in the general public are not aware that this is even going on. And that's the purpose of me coming up here and speaking, to bring awareness to how our money's being spent and used against us. So it's important that people know this so that we can act locally. The globalists say, think global, act local. And that's what's happening. They're using the local government against us to take our rights and redistribute our money and our freedom. So I am going to speak every time you take money out of my pocket, it hurts, and I'm going to say ouch and
We're not taking the money out of your pocket.
Well, the federal government.
Takes took the money out of your pocket. As I said last meeting, we are not the plunderers, but we are the spenders of the plunder.
But every time it's our county supports doing that and implements Biden's agenda, we're going to say, ouch. We're going to comment on it.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Smith, can you come down here for a minute? Director Smith, how long have we been doing job training?
So the WIOA, which WIA actually started in 1998. So as you can see, it's crossed many different presidency and has been ongoing since.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Smith? And I'm no fan of the former vice president, but this has been going on for a lot longer than this administration. This is what I wanted to point out.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
You know, like everybody else on this board, I also agree that there's a lot of federal spending that is just wasteful and unnecessary. But when I look at this is from all of us as taxpayers in the whole country. I think if somebody is unemployed in Arizona, then we bear the cost of their unemployment as Arizonans more directly. There's a supply chain crisis and a trucker shortage in this nation right now. And I think as a Republican and as a business owner, I would want to help somebody to get back into employment, to be paying for goods and services that are contributing back into our local economy. And so I kind of think that's a good thing. I do. I think that the benefit of training somebody to be a trucker and then leaving here and doing their service and then importing that money as being a trucker. I mean, truckers make, you know, $70-something thousand a year these days, and they become a part of our economy. They go to the grocery store, they buy goods and services. We benefit as Arizonans and as Mojave County from those expenditures that those people that are not employed are making. Whereas if they're just unemployed, guess what? We're paying for their unemployment insurance. So I think there's benefit to training them to get back into the workforce, especially now.
Well, that's your belief, and that's awesome, and you can support that with your private money all you like, but please don't support it with money that's taken from me.
How much of this money is yours directly that's going to this program?
You know, the government makes that very difficult to find out. They don't make that easy to find out. It doesn't matter. It's the principle, though. That money's taken from me by force and spent in ways that I don't believe in. And that's not the government's job. The government's job is to protect my property so that I could spend it how I see fit. Not so it could be taken from me so that other people could spend it how they see fit. That's not ethical. So also, I know this Marxism has been around a long time. In the 6th grade, my teacher was a Marxist, and she would teach us Marxism through environmentalism. That was the thing. So I know it's been around a long time, and things have been operating this way for a long time, but it's time to change it. It's time to restore our Constitution.
Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould, if I may say that, again, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I think when you look at everything that is done, you know, you may not value everything that's done, but I guarantee everybody values at least something that's done. I mean, if all of us use the roads, we use the interstates, money's taken from us.
That's covered under the Constitution. The Constitution allows for roads and post offices.
Well, there's a lot of services that, there are a lot of services that are invested that we all use. Maybe not every day.
Well, it's got to be covered under the Constitution. So roads are covered under the Constitution. The Constitution allows for the government to put in roads.
Is the post office included under the Constitution?
Yes, absolutely.
It is, right?
Absolutely it is. So, but the role of government is to protect my property, not take it from me and decide which charities it feels are important. I have my own charities I feel are important, and every dollar you take from my budget for charities is one less dollar I have to spend it on the charities I think are important. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What's the will of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. You guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item 19. Karen Vanderjack.
I'm not going to say anything that I've written down or anything. I'm going to, you know what we're talking about here. We're talking about this tuition, the purchase of a tuition fees for the purchase through Mojave Community College. And, okay, distribution of wealth again. Very similar when you guys were talking and you were defending doing something that's illegal, that is not according to the Constitution. Oh, and I'll answer that question. I think it was Supervisor Langerfeld said, and how much of your taxes are taken? I just showed you the 3/4 right here, okay? 3/4 of my money is from my taxes go to transfer. What is a transfer? It's when you have a grant or they shove this money on you. So when you ask how much, all I have to do is take 3/4 of my taxes that I pay, and that is how much. And as far as you're excited about seeing these truckers, you know, I know we're not talking about the truckers, but the solution is the same, Supervisor Langerfeld. You said it was something you believe in. If you believe in this, I'll say which Davy Crockett said, then you're a wealthy man, and you also make $80,000 a year. And how did I get up here today? I pay for the tax myself, the very expensive gas and time to come up here. And I'm just wondering, how much would you personally give out of your own money for something that you really believe in? And if all the rich people in this county said, you know what, we're gonna put in a pool for this very important thing, this, you know, what we're talking about in item 19 or the item about the truckers. If you all put in your money, I'm sure we could meet the needs and we don't have to call on the government money. There has to be a stoppage. There has to be a point where we say, no, that's it. We're not doing this anymore. So that is my response to this next item. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanya Dowson.
Good morning, Tanya Dawson, Mojave County taxpayer. It's my understanding that the county has to compete for grants these days. And today, the competition is to compete for Biden's implementation of his Marxist agenda. This is not the competition we want to win. So in order to get these grants, like Arpa, American Recovery Plan Act, or HUD's grants, they have the strings attached are the Marxist agenda, a lot of redistribution of wealth, equity, which is a redistribution of wealth. And so this is what the county is required to do, is to implement Biden's agenda. And the people, I believe the majority of people, don't want Biden's agenda in Mojave County. So thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. You guys appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 20, Karen Vanderjack.
Okay, I know you know what I'm going to say. I'll make it short. I'm just going to make a Davy Crockett statement. If you guys believe that that the nursing homes need to be remodeled, I'm just wondering which one of you is going to step up and say, I will take care of that remodel, because I have enough money to take care of that. Why are the taxpayers doing this? I don't get it. And once again, this money comes from the federal government. 3/4 of it is passed down in transfer payment. I know you feel like it's free money, and we're not the ones that are going to stop it. Then who's going to stop it? That's my question. Which one of you is going to say no on this one? I'd like to say, who's going to say, no, I'm not going to agree with this one?
This is not a nursing home. This is the nursing division
I'm sorry,
of the,
nursing
of
home
the
remodel.
Public Health Department.
Oh, I thought we were on 20.
We are in 20.
Oh, okay. Well, I think the thing applies to whatever it is, but I thought it was the nursing home remodel, unless I have my notes wrong. So I think that I think it still applies. Am I right? It still applies. So you know where I stand on that. So I'm just hoping someone will step up, say, I'll take care of this, or someone will say, no, we're not going to do this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Gold will step up and make the motion to approve.
I got one more public comment.
Really? Okay.
So hold that moat. You can. Tanya Dawson.
Good morning, Mojave County taxpayer. I guess this is a nursing facility, or it says nursing remodel. I'm not sure how the county has any business being involved in nursing.
It's the nurses that work for the Public Health Department.
Okay.
That were required by the state to have.
Okay, so again, I don't believe the government needs to be funding nursing and medical care. So I agree with Karen that this is inappropriate use of taxpayer funds, that taxpayers should not be forced to be paying for nursing facilities for public health or what have you. So I even question the validity of a public health department. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Supervisor Bishop, you made a motion. Is there a second?
Motion stands.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Item 22, Karen Vanderjack. You're going to get your steps in.
I know. Yeah. I didn't have Zoom but today, so it worked out good. Okay, so we're on 22, the purchase of tuition from the Arizona Western College Law Enforcement Academy to provide services to participants in the workforce investment, which goes with the program that one gentleman came up to. The grant serves unemployment and underemployed persons who need assistance to become self-sufficient. Okay. Once again, I'm saying that this is not the job of the government to do. I'm hoping one of you will step up and say, you know, I would like to sponsor a student, or and I'm sure someone else would like to sponsor a student to provide for these needs. This is never going to stop until someone draws the line. I want to see a no vote. I want to see someone say, no, you know what, we don't need to provide for everything. Just because the money's there, you guys are like little children in a candy store. Because the candy's there and it's free, let's just grab as much as we can. So we need to take a deep breath and say, wait a minute, what are we doing here? This is out of control. This is just out of control that we're sponsoring and supporting every little thing that comes along. We need to turn this back over to the people and let them know, here's a need, who will sponsor somebody. So that's my stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tanya Dawson.
I support our law enforcement 100%, and spending money on law enforcement is necessary. Law enforcement is key to protecting our life, liberty, and property while we pursue our happiness. But this grant appears to be using law enforcement as a cover for wealth redistribution of taxpayers' money to educational facilities. While it may be marketed as helping law enforcement, according to the board packet, it appears to be compulsory charity as it's specifically targeted to unemployed or underemployed people. I don't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The government is the people that employ law enforcement officers, so we are the employer. So I think it's a little different than the truck driving example. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
You heard that motion in a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. 31. Item 31, library. Anybody from the library? There he is. Can you talk about the summer reading program? The agenda item is the acceptance of the donations, the private donations to the summer reading program, but I thought the public might be interested in an explanation of the summer reading program.
Yes, wonderful. We've done the summer reading program for a number of years. We did skip in 2020. We did a real light version last year, and what it is it's a program to get a lot of people to read. It's for all ages. It's especially important for children who experience what we call the summer slide, which is kind of a over the summer break, some of the skills that they've learned in the previous year somehow degrade over having that break. And so what we do is we try to step in and have this program so that children and anybody can keep their reading up during the summer, have the possibility of winning prizes. We do an increased amount of programming during that time, and it's generally a lot of fun for all. It's kind of one of our busiest times of the year.
So what are a couple of the prizes that they could win in the summer reading program?
Well, our Friends of the Library organizations throughout the district often provide gift cards, and then movie passes. We have on the agenda today. We also have some free books. For example, if you just sign up, you can get a free book. So we hold some books back that we get from various sources to be able to give to people. And this is also really important for children. If they're able to get a book, they can start building a library. And studies show that children who have books in the home often do better academically later on.
Sure. I also saw some desserts from McDonald's.
Oh, there are some things from McDonald's. We're going to have some more things coming up as far as desserts are concerned, McKee Foods recently.
I think
but we have
In-N-Out generally participates in that too, don't they?
Actually, In-N-Out has its own reading program called Cover to Cover, and they're very generous as well. That usually takes place a little bit before our summer reading program.
Okay, so these are all things that are set up to motivate children to read during the summer.
Well, to motivate everybody, but especially important for children, yes.
Motivate their mothers to use as a tool to get the kids to read.
Yes, let's hope. And I would like to add that it does go through the end of July, so anybody who'd like to stop by the library and sign up, we'd be more than happy to help you with that.
Thank you, sir. Questions for the library? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. What was I think 36 was yours, Supervisor.
Yes, it was. It was. I pulled this because this is part of something that we approved last year, and I'm just not sure that everybody understands what and why we're doing this. So I thought if there's someone here from the Owens Whitney Elementary School that they could give us a overview as to what part 2 is that we're doing here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Chairman Gould, Supervisors, I'm Brian Bullington. I'm the superintendent at Baghdad Unified, and through an intergovernmental agreement, I'm the superintendent at Owens Elementary as well. We're here to request an additional levy. This is the second year of a 2-year plan to correct a cash deficit due to budgeting issues that occurred in 2018 and 2019. And this year, our tax rate will drop by 0.5 cent. We were at 5.2 in FY22, and our tax rate will be at 4.73 in FY23. We've already adopted our proposed budget, and we're looking to do our budget adoption in July with your request.
Okay, can you remind us how you came to be in the deficit?
Yeah, when you do your proposed budgets for school districts in June, you have to estimate your student enrollment, and if you make an error in that estimate, and I started with Owens in 2018 in July, and that proposed budget was already done. Once you do your proposed budget, you cannot increase it when you do your adoption, and after that adoption, then your tax rates are set for that year. We made a correction which allowed us to have additional budget capacity in FY19, but we couldn't recover that cash. And so after that caused that cash deficit, so we carried that over and we're trying to make that correction.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, and thank you for being here.
Questions for the superintendent?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 42. Anybody here to testify on item 42? Sheriff, you want to come? Sheriff can speak during public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Well, good morning, Chairman Gould and distinguished members of the board. This is just a housekeeping item. We had added a technician, a polygraph technician back in 2018 because we had an increasing need, and inadvertently, and I actually thought this was done, we never got the fee schedule added, and we are now servicing outside law enforcement agencies, so it's time that we move forward with that fee.
Questions for the sheriff? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure of the board. Oh, I got to close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve?
Second. You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 43. We got a couple of, one person. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Holland from Golden Valley, Arizona. I'm speaking in favor of this agenda item. Back in April 2015 was our first cleanup of the Golden Valley cactus cleaners of illegal dump sites in Golden Valley. Since then, we've cleaned up over 1.2 million pounds of trash and tires, mostly out of Golden Valley, a little bit out of Kingman. And there's also been another group started in Dolan Springs, the Dolan Springs cactus cleaners. That 1.2 million pounds of trash and tires included 42 boats, 4 hot tubs, and 18,752 tires from the desert. In January of 17, we had a meeting with department heads and Supervisor Bishop recommending additional or increased fines and fees and stuff for illegal dumping. So this is, nothing came of it. We did come out and have the landlords responsible for the trash, that their tenants had trash service. That was the biggest thing out of that. But we really haven't increased the fees and fines and stuff like that for the dumpers out there. And then after that, we attempted to get a joint task force with several departments of the county to include erase and having their own special lawyer to prosecute the illegal dumping. Never happened. So increasing the fines and stuff like that is great. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Hopefully it'll stem it some. And again, the dumping has, I'm not sure it's slowed down, but I think maybe we caught up with it and are trying to stay even with keeping it policed up. But cleaning it up doesn't fix the problem. It only fixes what happens after you dump. So hopefully this will work. If not, I'm hoping something we can bring that back forward and try to get more enforcement on it. I know we're working on that, and I appreciate everything that is done. I just hope it's more effective and wish us well on doing that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to testify on item 43? If not, I'm going to close the public
Mr.
hearing.
Chair, if I could add a few comments as you close the public hearing. I was asked to draft this. I did the best I could drafting it. I don't think it's perfect. I've provided a second version to Supervisor Johnson as well. I just want to recap a little bit about state law, the current county ordinance, and some concerns about the current draft that you all see as part of the backup to this agenda item. State law, if you look at state law that's referenced there in this agenda item, really addresses the person who's doing the littering, meaning the person who goes and dumps the trash wherever. There seemed to be a hole or a gap missing in that, as what the prosecutors found was often as they're going through the trash, they would find something to identify who dropped that trash there. In other words, under state law, you couldn't just prosecute if you didn't know who did it, right? So part of the erase investigation is whose trash is this? And if you don't see him in the act, then you can't prosecute anyone under the state law, right? You've got to prove who did it. And so the county ordinance added this idea of litter generator. And what the litter generator is this is the owner of the trash. This is the person where the trash came from. What was reported by some prosecutors is that they would find, some way to tie it back to an owner, maybe an envelope with an address, something to that extent. And they would go back to that owner, and that owner would say, I didn't dump it. I paid so-and-so to take it to the dump. And if they didn't do it, it's their fault. In other words, now we can't prosecute the owner, right? The owner in what our ordinance calls litter generator, because they didn't dump it. And so the ordinance as drafted, the current county ordinance addresses that concept of litter generator. The next part of this proposed ordinance is to do away with, not just add fines. And so what I'm addressing is not just the fine aspect. I don't think there's any concerns with putting a first, second, third, and minimum fine amounts. The concern then regarding the 5-day issue, the current draft that you all see in your backup is to take away the 5 days to clean, and seen as, hey, we need to be more enforcement directed in this ordinance and enforcement of the ordinance. And one of the concerns is, if that's the direction the board goes, first of all, the trash isn't going to get cleaned up within 5 days, right? Because if we find a litter generator and we say, hey, you've got 5 days to clean it, they're motivated to go clean it, or they're going to face criminal consequences and enforcement and other things like that. And so it gets done in 5 days. If we take that incentive away and say, hey, we're just going to prosecute you, they have no incentive to go out and clean it. It's going to take more than 5 days to go through the prosecution process. In other words, the trash is going to sit there longer. The next effect of that is, now who cleans it up? So it's going to fall on the erase officers and volunteers to clean it up. And they may not have the resources to do all of the cleanups on their own, where some of these cleanups are done by what we define as litter generator. So there's that negative kind of unintended consequence I think that the board may want to consider as it looks at revising this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor, let me close the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't ask the attorney to speak, but what he brings up is a problem that I don't see, but the county attorney's office brought it up, that this litter generator. To me, it's just like if you have your work done at your house and they put a roof on and it falls in and you didn't hire a licensed contractor, it's your fault. If these people are having trash hauled by someone else, which is just their story, unless they can show a receipt or something else, I think we should still be prosecuting the person that generated and get the person that's dumping if they will give it up. I would be willing, if the board wants to drop it to 3 days for cleanup, but that's also something that the courts can give them. course, they aren't just hamstrung by our $500 fine. It can be $500 fine and you have, 2 days to clean this mess up, or it's going to go to $1,000 fine. But if we do what they're asking for is to not prosecute the person and give them an opportunity just like we had before to clean up. But I think that will gut the reward unless we say, if someone gives us a tip saying that someone is illegally dumped, and from that tip we are able to get them to clean it up, the reward should still be in effect if the board decides they want to change it. Because we just don't get the people turning people in if they give up their name and everything else, and then there's no reward for them, and the people really aren't punished. And we've gone through the time period, so all we need now is a vote, and we can, Mr. Tyler said that we can make changes, small changes if we want because it was broad enough without having to go another 30 days. So I just await what you folks want to do.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I like this new ordinance, and I understand that there's problems with prosecution. But, like Mr. Hollins stated, we've been at this, or the Cactus Cleaners have been cleaning up dump sites since April of 2015, and they gave you the numbers on that. It's not working. What we're doing now, obviously, is not working. This is a step in the right direction, but I just wonder what the board thinks about, is it time to go mandatory pickup in Mojave County anywhere that has trash service available? I mean, I know that's not a popular thing to do, but if you own a home, you should be able to pay for trash pickup. If you rent a home, we've already made it mandatory that the landlord provide trash pickup. I'm thinking out loud, maybe it's time to bite the bullet and just say, if you have a residence in Mojave County, you pay your water bill, you pay your electric, you need to pay your trash bill. And then if they dump out in the desert, we prosecute them to the fullest. So, Mr. Attorney, what do you?
Back is another. I don't think we can discuss that under this one, but I think it could be brought back for another.
Okay. Do you think maybe we could continue and then add that to the agenda on the date that we continue it?
Well, it looks like I have the vote, so I hate to continue mine.
And Supervisor Bishop, on the need to continue, as published and as provided for in this agenda item, the board announced that it was going to make changes to the littering or dumping ordinance. So it's a very broad publication. This board has discretion to make those changes. It's free to make those changes today and give direction on what those changes are. And I would be responsible for drafting that and providing that to the board to make sure the ordinance reflects what the board directs me to write. If the board wants to continue this to see it before it votes, that's certainly an option as well.
I think it would be fair to the public for them to be noticed that mandatory trash pickup is being discussed and is a very real reality now in Mojave County, because what we're doing is not working, and so I would be willing to continue this and maybe get the media to help us notify the public, so if they want to come and speak as to why they shouldn't have to take their trash responsibly and pay for a service. I'd be interested in hearing their reasons why. I mean, I think everybody on this board and probably everybody in the audience is responsible with their rubbish, and I don't think it's too much to ask. You live on this planet, take care of it. So I'll make a motion that we continue this for 2 weeks till the next board meeting.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Johnson.
I think these are two separate things completely. You're looking at making a mandatory trash pickup, which has been looked at in the past, which now I don't even know if they have people that go out to some of our far-flung areas, so we're making somebody pretty wealthy by picking up trash. Not that I disagree that people shouldn't have trash pickup, but it has nothing to do with the only thing we were really changing in this was the reward system to get people to turn people in so that we can stop it right now. I think there's about a snowball's chance of getting a countywide trash pickup going, where I think if we get this going right now, I think it'll have an effect on your trash. If it doesn't, we can always change it. I mean, that would be my position. I think we're mixing two together that shouldn't be mixed. So.
I cannot have trash service at my place. They don't come out that far.
Well, if you heard my comment, it was to make it mandatory trash pickup for any area that has a provider. So in your case, that wouldn't affect you.
And I'm not sure that the mandatory trash takes care of the problem, because you have mandatory trash in Lake Havasu City now, and yet you have dumping around Lake Havasu City. And I don't think we can just blame that on the few residents that live in that area in the unincorporated area. So I don't know that that's the solution.
Well, if that's the way the board feels, I'll withdraw my motion to continue then, and we can put this to a vote now.
What would you like to do on G? G is the one where it still, they want to leave I'll read it to you. Environmental Rural Cleanup Enforcement Race Program may offer and advertise a reward up to $500. Source to race funds is available to persons providing the primary information and confidentiality that is directly attributed to the arrest or citation and successful conviction of individuals responsible for illegal dumping in Mojave County. For purposes of subsection, the term successful prosecution means a criminal prosecution by the Mojave County Attorney's Office that leads to conviction or violation of this subsection F, ARS 1603. We need to if we're going to leave in 5-day cleanup or 3-day cleanup, we would need to add to that. And Mr. Tyler, now we'd let him talk, something about letting the person reporting it, if it leads to a successful cleanup, also that they would get the reward. Because that's what's happened in the past. The people will turn them in and then a race gets them to clean it up and they don't get their rewards. So I think the idea is to get it out there, and we've already had one successful one turned in so far.
Is there an opportunity for a reduced penalty if they clean it up after they're cited?
They're letting them go.
Yeah, I know. I want to change that, but I wonder if by the time it gets to the court, that stuff's already strewn all over the desert. Right. So if you could, when they erase cites them, if they go ahead and clean that up, if that could lead to a reduced penalty, that might be a way of dealing with it, of getting them to clean it up. They know they're caught. They know they're going to court, but their penalty would be less if they clean their mess up. Then you would still have the money for the reward.
We could. Whatever the board wants to do. I think it's this idea that hopefully by the reward method, we are going to put a big dent in this trash dumping.
Sure. Then you've got people watching them, because the odds of law enforcement or a race actually seeing the guy dump is slim.
Yes.
Or gal.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I would be in favor of that concept that you just spoke about. With the reduced penalty if they were to clean it up, but still leaving in the ability to do a reward.
Should it be something like, with this successful cleaning up of it, you can receive up to $150 off the fine. Can we even do that with the courts?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Johnson. I think the board's direction there might be best in working with the prosecutor's office, working with my office to give them the expectations, to talk to them. There's prosecutorial discretion. There's trying to resolve cases. There's things in that branch of government that, when we talk about criminal cases, a very, very large majority don't end up in trial, right? And that's because we work on plea agreements, we work on settlements. And I don't believe this board has the authority to start telling them what they can and can't put in these plea agreements. That goes to that prosecutorial discretion, the judicial branch of government and the judge having discretion over certain types of punishments, unless drafted like this, where it says, hey, it's $500 here, $1,000 here, and in setting, in other words, sentencing minimums. If we're talking about that aspect of cleaning up and receiving a reduced fine, I think that works through erase and works through the prosecutor's office. And I don't think there can be complete ban on the prosecutor's aspect of how they manage their caseloads.
So Tyler, could we write the ordinance that says it's a $500 fine if you clean your mess up and it's a $1,000 fine if you don't? And then we're not getting into their pleading, we've just created the penalty.
Mr. Chair, yes, I do believe you can draft penalties in that manner.
I like that. That'd be a motion or part of a motion to change that wording on the fine, Supervisor Gould?
Is that a motion?
Would that be part of it?
Yes.
All right. And then do we want to look at, I guess only the board doesn't want to use the 5-day cleanup. We're not interested in that anymore.
You probably would want to put a time limit on how long the offender has to clean up the mess to qualify for the cleaned up reduced fine.
We could do that one, but this is where what they're trying to say is the county attorney is saying that if we go to somebody and we say, hey, we found this pile of trash and it's obviously your trash, and he says, oh, I had somebody else take it away. But he's saying, well, I don't know who it was. It was somebody I met at the swap meet or somebody came by my house, even though he should know. And they're saying they're having a hard time prosecuting that, but they can get the guy to clean it up. But the reward isn't there for the guy if he cleans it up. Only way it's worded, way we've changed it to is that if he cleans it up or if he goes to court, that then the guy gets the reward. So we just want to make sure that the guy gets a reward if we keep in the cleanup without prosecution. Do we want to just do away without prosecution? Fine with me either way, I don't care.
I think we should give the reward. Although if you move it to without prosecution, you might be paying a bunch of frivolous rewards.
Only if the guy has to clean it up. So like they're doing now, if they find people, the race just says, hey, you've got a certain amount of days to clean it up, but we don't give the guy a reward. But if a guy turns it in and says this person did it and the race gets them and makes them clean it up, then the reward would be there. But it's only successful cleanup or successful prosecution.
Right.
And it has to be information at least to it. You just can't go out and, find a pile of trash and say, oh, I found somebody's name at the bottom of it and do it that way. They have to have legitimate saying, no, I saw the guy drive out there or saw him dumping.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
It might behoove us to ask the county attorney to draft the ordinance and let us review it before we make a vote on it.
I would tend to agree.
Right, so if the board is okay with that, I'll bring my motion back to continue for 2 weeks.
To do what? I didn't hear it, Supervisor Bishop.
Continue this for 2 weeks and give 2 weeks and let the county attorney draft up a new ordinance for us to review before we vote on it.
Well, what happens if you have changes then? I mean, they're going to be the same thing. We only change we have here is we're making it 1,000 instead of 500 so far. We haven't put in the five day at all.
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Johnson, the current draft of the ordinance, the 500, 1,000, and 2,500, it's tied to for a violation of subsection G, meaning the prosecution. So that current language is only for successful prosecutions. In other words, that penalty component that you've discussed, that the board has brought up, is not currently in there. That would have to be a new section or a different section to address they cleaned it up. As Supervisor Johnson is saying, however, he did, in discussing with my office, he did ask us to provide him some language on successful prosecution or successful cleanup. Either one would get a reward. So he does have some language on that. That one's not very complex. It's just adding that to the paragraph.
Do we have a dollar amount in there for the reward?
Right now, the reward is $500, Mr. Chair.
So we at least want the fine, the minimum fine with cleanup to be 500 to at least pay the reward, so the taxpayers don't have to pay the reward, I would think. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, the changes I'm seeing are make a penalty of 500 if they do clean it up. I think that removes the minimum fine of $500, because if it's a minimum fine for a conviction, that means they've gone to prosecution, they didn't clean it up. And you want there to be a $1,000 fine if they don't, or $1,000 penalty if they don't clean it up, meaning that striking paragraph A under the current draft, that $500 provision. And then is the board wanting me to make that a 3-day cleanup or leaving in the 5-day cleanup, I think is one remaining question I would have.
I don't know if there was heartburn with the 5-day cleanup period. I think it was more the fact that they didn't get a fine and no one got a reward if they went back and cleaned it up. So I would think that 5 days would still be acceptable, but I don't know what the feeling of the board is. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Tyler, all those things that we've discussed today, can those be put into a motion for us to approve those today?
And Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lingenfelter, this board has discretion to make these changes. It was announced that they were making changes to the anti-littering. This board is in the public hearing and describing this in a public meeting, excuse me. So yes, I believe it could be understood and drafted based on the board's direction today. I think it's the board's decision. They could give me the direction as we've discussed, pass a motion today, or continue and put that more in writing for a future meeting.
Thank you, Tyler. And if that was to be put in a motion, what would be the legal language that you would need?
The language I would look at is something to the point of board approve amending the anti-littering ordinance to add a minimum penalty of $500 for dumping sites or trash that is left of $500, a minimum penalty of $1,000, or in other words, a minimum violation of $1,000 for a first offense and prosecution, and leaving the language regarding opportunity to clean up in 5 days, that being different than what was in the current board action form. And lastly, adding to the current ordinance to provide the $500 reward for successful cleanups as well.
Clerk Anderson, did you get all that? I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and make a motion to approve that language.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Number 44 is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 44. Anyone here to testify on item 44? It appears no one. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 44. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I brought this forward because I'm getting many complaints from constituents that live in District 4 that cattle are coming in and destroying their landscaping, their fences, their vegetation, and they're pointing out that their neighbors are feeding and watering livestock, which is bringing them into their neighborhoods. So this has become a really big problem in Golden Valley, Dolan Springs, and Meadview. People move into the area from cities and they think the cattle are skinny and malnourished, and they fear that they're on the verge of dying because, you know, in times of drought, there's little feed in the allotments that these ranchers are leasing from the BLM. So this basically would protect the ranchers and their investment and their livestock, and it would also protect the residents that have properties that these cattle are destroying, because if a rancher puts out waters for his cattle, it's a management tool, and from what I've been told from the ranchers, these cattle will only walk, I think they said 5 miles before they turn around and go back to where they know they'll get a drink of water. So when a citizen feeds these cattle, then they don't necessarily go back to the watering hole. They just go on to the next residence that feels sorry for them and puts out food and water. So it's good for the cattle that they're managed by their ranchers and not managed by citizens. So that was my reasoning for bringing this ordinance forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just had a concern over and this is a question for Mr. Palmer. ARS 11-251, number 47, says that gives us the authority over domestic animals, which is a pet, not livestock. I believe the legislature holds to itself the authority over livestock, which might be a rub.
And so, Mr. Chair, is the question whether the board can enact that livestock ordinance?
Correct. Whether we have authority to enact ordinances over livestock, because I believe the legislature kept that to preempted us and kept the regulation of livestock to themselves.
And Mr. Chair, I believe the other provisions that are noted in that draft ordinance do allow the Board of Supervisors to draft or to enact ordinances. You know, we can look at the aspect of paragraph 7 of that same ARS 11-251. We can look at paragraph 17 and 31 that talk about preserving the public health, also the regulations that don't conflict with general law. And so I don't know that the paragraph 47 is saying that the board cannot enact this. And so I think this is within the board's discretion of enacting these ordinances to being a county regulation that doesn't conflict with general law. In drafting this ordinance, I did contact numerous people and organizations, both statewide and local, regarding some of the cattle ranching organizations, and they did not see any concerns with this being a local ordinance. And so I think this is allowed by the board.
Yeah, I was just concerned that we use the word domestic animal, and that 47 says a domestic animal is a pet.
And Mr. Chair, I do agree with you that paragraph 47 is probably not the best ordinance there to cite, or law there to cite for this ordinance. That paragraph may be better applied to the second part of this ordinance. This ordinance, as Supervisor Bishop described, addresses the cattle. Another portion of this ordinance that was suggested by the prosecutor side of my office is regarding the dogs that are, an owner who negligently allows their dog to bite another person. And so I think that paragraph 47 is better addressed to that portion of this ordinance than the cattle side.
What's knowingly?
Mr. Chair.
In the way that the ordinance is written? That I should have known that my dog might bite, or that I know that my dog bites?
And Mr. Chair, under legal standards of criminal law, tort law, there's knowing, intelligent, voluntary, negligently, recklessly, those various terms. If I'm speaking correctly towards the ordinance, I think knowingly applies to the cattle version, meaning these are people knowingly setting out food and water with intent to try to feed the cattle. I think the dog one uses the word negligently allows their dog to bite another person.
I thought it was knowingly, but I could be wrong.
Pardon me, may I speak on this for a moment? I had a sheet in there, but I didn't think I was going to get back in time. The dog bite issue.
Sure.
We had an incident last month where a pit bull got out of a yard and attacked a guy, knocked him down, injured him. But there was apparently several incidents with this same dog. I know about this because the victim was my son-in-law who was attacked. He was walking a neighbor's dog, and the dog that attacked him got out of a yard. It was right over here on 2nd and Spring. And when the officer arrived, a lady was driving down the street and honked her horn a bunch of times to distract the dog from attacking my son-in-law and the dog he was walking. And he managed to get a chokehold on the dog. The owner finally showed up and grabbed his dog and took off with him. When the police came, because the lady called the police that drove by and saw the incident, the officer that responded said, "Oh, we have another incident with this dog." Apparently this dog has had several problems. And then we had neighbors tell us, yeah, we were walking our dog and the thing attacked us. One lady said she was walking her 2-year-old and her dog, and she had to pick both of them up to keep the dog from, attacking her. I don't think it's not really a bad dog issue. It's a bad owner issue. And, when a dog has been proven several times to be a bad dog or an aggressive dog, why is the dog still there? They never removed it? Anybody?
I don't know, ma'am. That's not what we're discussing, but.
Well.
But thanks for your input.
The dogs that do cause problems, the owners should be held responsible.
Yeah, and that already is in our ordinance.
Thank you.
Looking at is negligently now, so it's a different standard. Yet it is negligently. It's
negligence, exactly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Palmer, you are right. It is negligently, not knowingly.
I'm glad I'm right every once in a while, Mr. Chair.
And I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. I'm on the wrong track. Further discussion?
Chairman Gould.
So hang on a sec. Negligent me would mean that I know that my dog bites and I did nothing to prevent the dog from biting.
Mr. Chair, yes, it's something like that. You've got some reason that, or some duty that you failed to do. You know your dog bites, you let it out without a leash and let it roam the neighborhood. You know, you have some duty that you've known and ignored.
So this would actually change it from a civil matter to a criminal matter?
Mr. Chair, good question. So state law, there's aspects to make it criminal already. There's the prosecutors here and the courts here have some concerns about the limitations of state law, meaning state law, your dog has to have been deemed a dangerous animal, meaning this dog has already bit someone, caused someone serious harm. You've had a successful prosecution. It's almost, some people may be familiar with that phrase, one free bite. And the concern that has come forward is you may have owners who know the dog is dangerous, know the dog has biting propensities, and they don't do enough to protect the public or others from that dog. And what happens is the prosecution finishes that case, there's a prosecution, but there's no avenue for restitution. And so the victim is then told, okay, you've got to go sue civilly. If you've got an injury, that's your remedy. And so this would make it a misdemeanor if there's that negligence standard that wasn't met. And as you can see, it's pretty much the lowest level of misdemeanor that could be made. In other words, it's not an attempt to make this a high-level felony or anything like that, such as you find in state law for that type of criminal violation, but it would allow criminal restitution to be given to that victim.
Thank you. Further, Supervisor Bishop.
Yes, if there is no further discussion, I was just going to make a motion that we approve the changes to the animal control ordinance related to free-range livestock and criminal charges for dog bites.
Second. For that motion and second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. And we're going to take a 5-minute break before we go into the regular agenda. I guess I don't have to gavel back in. We're on to the regular agenda, item 44. Supervisor Angus.
45.
45.
This is an item about the constables. We have to set their salary as per statute, and we continued it from our last meeting. I still want to hear what other board members have to say.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I guess I'll start off by making a comment. So as we talked about before, constable logs have really not been a very high quality. They've been really hard to figure out. Some are handwritten, some are incomplete. It's hard to turn it all into data, but the state county association has tried and spent many, many hours, and I found out just over the weekend that the County Supervisors Association did the same thing. I think in 2017, they looked at all 15 counties and took the constables' activity logs and tried to figure out what constables were doing and exactly what it was costing per paper to have constables serve that paper. And Mojave County ended up being one of the most expensive counties to hire a constable to serve a paper. I think in one precinct, I believe it was the Kingman precinct, it was after salary and costs and everything were equated out, it was $82 a paper for the constable to serve each document. At the time, I think Constable Crabtree was still down on Lake Havasu. The number per paper for him, because he had been sick and not able to do a lot of work, was several $100s for the county to pay for him to serve a document. So I'm kind of looking at this as a need for the county to have accountability from the supervisors. And with the information available in these logs, it's just created some significant challenges. So I'm thinking personally that to eliminate these challenges and to reduce county liability, that we really should be providing these constables with vehicles to support their constable operations, because that way the county vehicles have GPS units in it. We can, if there's ever a need, and hopefully there would never be a need, but if there is a need to verify what a constable is doing, we can look at their activity logs and compare it with the GPS units and be able to validate the information that we're being given. So the finance department did calculate the constable's benefits with reduced base salary and added the benefit of a county vehicle, and I had those spreadsheets sent to each one of you, and it kind of captures the potential budget savings while providing the vehicles, and that would reduce our liability for vehicles that are being used for county business. So if we reduce the constables down to the $48,000 base budget, that would save the county $43,376 a year. That's enough to provide the county sheriff's office with one additional civil deputy. So, you know, that's a thought. We could change that in the budget if the board chose to go that direction. We could reduce it to $48,000 base budget, give the constables a car, reduce our liability, and give the sheriff's office one additional civil deputy. I also had finance do the same calculation with a base of $50,000. That would still save the county $28,732. But I don't think the dollar amount and the savings is the issue here. I think the issue is accountability and liability. And this is our window of opportunity to make those types of changes. And it's something every 4 years this board talks about, and we want to do something. We talk about doing something, but then we haven't. And I think counties all around the state are kind of watching Mojave County to see what we do, because they're having the same type issues. So we could also adjust the constables' budgets. I mean, there's not a lot of money there, but you know, in uniforms, they're getting $500 a year to buy polo shirts. You know, maybe that should be looked at, $500 for the first year they're in office, and then reduce that every subsequent year. Another thing that I've discovered over the weekend, I had the National Constables Association president call, and he reminded me that in Maricopa County, what they do is their constables, the first year they're elected, they get the base salary. And then the next term when they're reelected, they get a bump in salary. And then they have a third tier where they get yet another bump. So that helps with the retention of elected constables, and it gives them something to look forward to. So my suggestion to the constables, and I met with Constable Stansberry just a few days ago, I think priority should be given to use local law enforcement as backup when a safety issue presents itself, rather than sending out a group text message to all the constables in other precincts many miles away saying, I'm serving a writ on this day, I could use a backup if anybody's available. So I think those backups should come from local law enforcement. I think if you're within a city limits, it should come from the city PD. If you're in the unincorporated areas, that I can't imagine the sheriff saying no if the deputy calls and says he needs a backup. Constables' firearm practices could be done at their local firearms training facility, or they could practice with their local law enforcement. But, you know, one thing is interesting is the Arizona Constables Association currently provides 2 qualification shoots a year, as well as practice time and training. And then lastly, the constable logs have to be computer generated, and they have to be filled out completely. And this is not being done. I know it takes time, and typically constables don't like to be sitting in the office, but it's hard to get a feel for exactly what constables are doing without this information. So, the constables mentioned that this is a very dangerous occupation that they are wanting to be elected to. So I did contact the sheriff's office and asked them how many times the constables had called for help over the last 2 years. And I believe I sent this to all the supervisors. I was told by the sheriff's office that they had been contacted to assist constables on 7 occasions from 2020 to date. 3 of those calls were animal control related calls, and 4 were assist from the deputies, in which the person at the residence that was needing to be served was refusing to come out. And once the sheriff's office deputies arrived, the individuals came out, and no further issues were noted. So there was an article in the Lake Havasu newspaper I just read this morning, and it states that there was a problem at a Pocahontas Drive residence where a person brandished a rifle. That's within the Lake Havasu city area. So if a constable was involved in that, my question would be, why is he serving in the city and not in the unincorporated area? But I could find no report on that through the sheriff's office. There was another report in this article of a person throwing a hammer at a constable. again, that looks like it was Lake Havasu City, the incorporated area, so I don't know what our constable was doing there, but still no report that I could find. And then a civil dispute where a constable had received threats with a butcher knife, and that was in Kingman, and no report on any criminal activity involving the constables over the last 2 years. So it can get dangerous. Constables do a little bit of research before they go out on these calls, so they kind of know when there might be a situation where they'd need a backup. And in that case, I would want the constables to be safe, and I would want them to contact law enforcement rather than a civilian employee as a constable that really doesn't have a lot of training. I think they get 2 weeks of training after they're elected at their conferences. So that's where the information that I've received. And I think at the last meeting, somebody said there were no process servers in Bullhead City, but I checked with the process serving company that's been serving down there. They have 2 licensed servers that have been serving in that area for over 4 years.
You mentioned what they get to serve.
I did not check for that, no. No, so that's what I have.
Got a couple of requests to speak. Martin Stansberry.
Chairman, in the interest of time, if I could trail Mike Hogarth's comments, I think he's going to cover most of the material that I have, and we won't be duplicating.
That's fine. Mike Hogarth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I'm Constable Mike Hogarth of the North Canyon Court. I'm also the presiding constable for the constables in Mojave County. I wasn't at the last meeting, but I have watched the video of it several times, and maybe I can clear up some of the stuff that was on there. Logs have been coming up quite a bit, and we fill out our logs and we send them to the clerk of the board every month. The form that was used that the state come up with, or the association came up with, is on all our computers, and it's basically computer generated, and it has the information on it. I don't know what other information you need. It has the constable's name, the month, the year, the date the paperwork was received that we need to serve, the type of document that we need to serve, the case number on the document, what court is that document out of? Is it out of the Superior Court, Justice Court, or an out-of-state court? The plaintiff's name, the defendant's name, the address of the defendant, the person served and how were they served, the date that the person was served, the type of service. Did you get it served? Was it served? Was it an attempted serve because they weren't home? It has our starting mileage for the day on there. It has our ending mileage for the day on there. And it has our total mileage for the day. And the last column is for notes, and if the paper was served, who was it served by? I don't know what other information the board wants. To me, that's most of the information that is for the paper service. But if there's other information that you guys need, feel free to get it to us. I'll add another column or something. The information about the paperwork from we're to serve paperwork from the Justice Court only and not Superior Court. On June 17th, Superior Court Judge Steve Moss sent out an email concerning constables serving Superior Court paperwork. I hope all of you got to see it. I'm hoping that Mr. Elders sent it out to you. If you haven't got a chance to read that email, I have 5 copies with me if you'd like a copy. But he supports, Judge Moss supports the constables serving all this paperwork, stuff from Superior Court, Justice Court, the stuff from the mental health. As far as us getting paid to serve Superior Court stuff, I don't get subpoenas from Superior Court. I've never got one. But that's a free service if you get one. The stuff from mental health, I've never got one up where I'm at. But it's still a free service. There's no charge for it. All of the paperwork that I have received from Superior Court, I have charged a fee to serve that in my area. There's no difference between, the fee is the same for Justice Court or Superior Court. Fee is identical for the mileage and the paperwork that is to be served. In fact, probably a third of the paperwork I serve is from Superior Court. It's being sent to me, usually by a private process server. So I collect the same fee for the Superior Court paperwork and the Justice Court paperwork. As far as the fees, there's been talk that the constables don't bring in enough revenue to justify what it costs to have us. The constable's office is not a revenue generating office. We're there to serve the people. We're not here to generate revenue for the county. We're here to serve the people. It's been my experience, and history has shown, that when a law enforcement agency puts revenue first, it becomes polluted and corrupt. You see that all through history. Agencies that you got paid a bonus if you wrote so many tickets, things like that. It corrupts the system. The constables are not here to generate revenue for the county. We're here as a service to the people of the county and the state and people outside our state. Our uniform allowance. Does this look like a polo shirt? This is my uniform. This is how I go to work. My shirt, once with the embroidery, is between $70 and $80 for a shirt. My jeans, right around $40 for the jeans. And I wear boots. They last a long time. My uniform shirts, I have dry cleaned so that they last longer. And it looks professional. I represent the county when I'm out working. To replace them, they don't last forever. You don't really wear them out. In my evictions, I've ended up with paint, oil, and all kinds of other substances on shirts and pants that have rendered them useless, and I've had to buy new ones. So it's not like I buy a shirt and it's going to last me for the next 10 years. I get stuff on me in evictions that you can't even comprehend. There's a lot of times I get home open the garage door and have my wife bring me a change of clothes, and I change in the garage because I don't want to take this stuff into my home. You brought up the stuff about vehicle insurance last time on our personal vehicles. So I called my insurance company. And as long as my car, I'm not putting over 50% of the miles are not generated on county use, my insurance is perfectly fine. If I'm using, if 100% is used, then yeah, I need to carry a little more insurance. But as long as 50%, I'm under the 50% mark, my insurance works. I use my vehicle for work, but I use it for my personal use also. The thing about county vehicles, or going to a county vehicle, I thought the whole thing was to try, this cutting things back was to save money. Yeah, it's going to cost more to put us in a county vehicle than what we're using, than our personal vehicles that we're using right now. There's only been one constable that I'm aware of that has ever asked for a county vehicle. The rest of us are perfectly satisfied. I have my vehicle that I use. I'm comfortable in that vehicle. And I'd just soon stay in it. But if the county wants me to drive something that the sheriff's office has miled out and turned in, then I guess that's what I'll drive. It'll be a marked unit. I'm not in favor of a marked unit. When I go to serve papers, I use a softer approach. I don't wear a military type uniform. I show up, and in an unmarked vehicle, I'm able to talk to people because it's not like law enforcement has shown up on their doorstep. And I'm able to talk to people. They'll come and talk to me. But the other thing is, it was brought up that with a county vehicle, we'll leave it at our court. Okay, that might work down here. If I leave my vehicle at my court right now, because of the way I go to the court, because of the construction on I-15, it's 100 miles from my house to the court. So that means I drive my my personal vehicle to the court, and they've got paperwork for me going to Beaver Dam. So I drive to the court, 100 miles in my personal vehicle. I pick up my county car and the court paperwork. I drive 85 miles back to Beaver Dam, and lo and behold, the people aren't home. So I drive into Mesquite because I want to make use of this time. I drive into Mesquite, have lunch, and go back and try the house again for a second time. They're not home. So I drive my county car the 85 miles back to the court, and then I turn around and drive my personal vehicle 100 miles back to my house. Now the next day I need to make another service. So it's the same thing. I do the same thing all over with. If I had my personal car, using my personal one, I get up, I go outside, get in the car, I drive 15 miles to Beaver Dam and attempt to serve the paper. That's a whole lot better than 100 miles on my personal car and, 180 miles, 170 miles on the county car. It makes absolutely no sense to me. If it's to know where we're at, if you're going to give us a county car with a GPS, just so you know where we're at, there's a lot easier way that's a lot less expensive. We all have a county phone. Activate the GPS on our county phone if you want to know where we're at. It'll tell you where that phone is sitting. That's a whole lot cheaper than a car, insurance, gas, tires, and everything else. They mentioned about using grants to buy our uniforms and stuff like that, what we need. There is grant money available. I am a member of the Arizona Constable Ethics and Standards and Training Board. This board are the people that decide where this grant money is going to go. There's $110,000 a year in grant money for the state of Arizona. $55,000 is awarded in January, and $55,000 is awarded in August. But you're competing against all the counties and all the other constables in the state. And you look at it, if we put in for a grant that Mojave County constables want to buy some uniforms, but Pima County has put in a grant that they want handheld radios and that. Well, guess who's going to get the money? It's a little more serious for them to have contact with people than it is us to have uniforms. You have to put a priority on what's the most important. So we can put in for grants, that don't mean we're going to get them. We have put in for grants. The latest grant we put in for was the ammunition that we just got this last spring. We put in for the practice ammunition. 2 years before we put in for, we got a grant for practice ammunition. And 7 years ago, we put in for a grant that every constable got body armor. Now, body armor doesn't last the entire time that you're a constable. Body armor lasts 5 years. At the end of 5 years, most companies tell you it's time to turn it in and get you new body armor. So right now, the constables in this county, the body armor they're wearing is actually 2 years outdated. It's not really guaranteed. It'll probably stop bullets, but it's not guaranteed to stop bullets. There was talk about using a private process server. I guess first thing is you're saying that we don't bring in enough revenue to justify the cost, and then you want to turn around and give our work to private process servers. A lot of my work is from private process servers. 2 weeks ago, I had 3 services up there. I only had 3 papers to serve. Every one of them was from a private process server. 2 of them were from Superior Court. Last week, on Wednesday, I get a call from a private process server asking me if I can serve papers in Beaver Dam. Yeah, I can do that. What is your fee? I told them what my fee was. So they will probably be in the mail tomorrow to be served. I charge a fee to serve the paperwork, and then they turn around and charge a fee because they mailed me the paperwork. So basically, the private process servers are getting a pretty sweet deals, and you just want to give more to them. You give it to the private process server, and what you going to do if they turn around and contact us if they want us to serve it? Just doesn't make sense. Like I said, I've watched it. I don't know if you have any other questions for me, but like I say, I've watched what happened last meeting several times. I've tried to answer the questions it seems like kept popping up. And what are your questions?
Questions for Constable Hogard?
Constable Hogard, your situation in the Arizona Strip is very unique, and we appreciate having you up there. You've been an exemplary constable, and we've never had a situation that we couldn't talk to you about. The situation is a little bit different in the lower part of the county, and we have a 4-year window, and this is our opportunity to address some of those changes. But your name and your work ethics have never been questioned, and I just really appreciate having you as one of our constables. I'm proud of that. Thank you.
Constable, constables serve paperwork inside city limits also, don't they?
Yes, they do.
So it's not just limited to the unincorporated areas of the county?
No, we serve paperwork. I know Constable Cobb serves here in Kingman and everything. Martin Stansberry serves paperwork in Lake Havasu, Mike Hamilton in Bullhead. Yeah, if it's in the city and we serve the paperwork.
I don't think you guys are making money on mileage. Would you agree with me that you're not making money on mileage? I think you're losing.
And it's just not just, the mileage. I mean, you look at the cost of fuel right now. Sure. And with the cost of fuel, the cost of tires are going up too. My vehicle that I've got since I've been a constable, I've gone through 7 tires, 1 full set, and the other 3 were tires that out on some of the roads, the tire got ruined. It got something through the sidewall and that. Sure. I have put 2 windshields in my vehicle. So maybe I should say, I'll take that county car, but I'm comfortable with my vehicle. And once I'm through being a constable, I don't know that I'm going to need that vehicle. I can trade it in or I can sell it, whatever. The other thing is if I don't park that vehicle over at the court, if you guys say, you can park it at your house, I have a travel trailer and 4 other vehicles parked in my driveway. I don't know where I'm going to put another car. I don't know.
Since you're not making money on mileage, I don't understand the logic of going from I think you guys are turning in mileage bills for $5,000 or $6,000 a year, and the county car was expected to cost us about $13,000 a year. I don't see that as a cost savings to put you in a county vehicle.
Well, that is kind of what I got looking at, and I thought, well, you're looking at trying to save money by cutting wages and that, and then offsetting it. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Right. I would agree. Any other questions for Constable? Supervisor John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up something that was real curious to me. You talked about your mileage and how if you got a vehicle, you'd have to go to the court and then it'd be 85 miles. Are you just are constables just making up where their mileage starts now?
No.
I thought as serving a paper goes from the court to where the location is. It's not up to somebody's house.
No, I'm saying that's where I leave from okay? And the thing is if I have the paperwork with me, if I've already got the paperwork, I've gone to the court, picked up the paperwork, and I have made an attempt, people weren't there, and I go home for the day. I've still got the paperwork in my car. The next day when I go to work, basically when I pull out of the driveway, I'm working because I'm going to try to serve that paper.
I understand that, but when somebody hires a constable, the mileage starts from the court.
Yes.
So that's been the biggest problem is nobody's complaining. Well, I don't know if they're complaining, but nobody's really been upset about the mileage reimbursement. It's that the county isn't collecting what's due it to offset the money that we're paying to the constables for mileage. So in that scenario you gave, you've got what, first 6 miles is free, and then you go to $2.50 a mile for 79 miles, and then you go back as free. But there should be a lot of money coming in that we're not seeing. It's not being charged. Supervisor Gould asked a question about private process servers. I believe they're charging $65 now and a lot of them have contracts because they do a lot of them, or $95 for a private service. And they quit charging mileage years ago. They don't do that.
Our fees are set by state statute. Right. Mileage, everything is that. We have no control over that. That is set by state statute.
Right. Well, I understand that, but what I can't get through my head is Mojave County should be saying, hey, we need you to serve more papers because your reimbursement rate is so high that the county is offsetting what it's costing us. When you talked about your logs, you said, well, we fill out the mileage to begin with and the mileage at the end of the day. That's not how it goes. It goes by each one. It has to be your actual car mileage that says I started out at 100.3 miles. I served this paper was 100.8 or whatever, and then the next one starts out that way. You can't just go from, beginning of the day I started driving, had 100 miles on the car, and end of the day I had 200 miles. That's not the way IRS pays back. I guess the problem comes from, with us, is there are a ton of process servers out there, and the cheapest one I've found that I've talked to clears over $100,000 a year. That's after expenses, after an office, after everything else. And I think we were just trying to find out why we weren't getting the money back in for, you say that private process servers get a hold of you, and that could be because maybe way out in the middle of nowhere and they don't want to drive out there, especially if they're not getting mileage anymore. But in town they're getting that. Are they taking away the business of the constables? Because there's a reason that we lose money and other people run a business and make a lot of money.
They're in business to make money. That's why they're in business. We're here, as I said before, we're here as a service to the people. If I try to serve a paper and the county pays my mileage to go try to serve that paper, okay? I don't get it served. I haven't collected, the next day I go try again. The county pays me mileage. There are times, and it depends on where I'm at. In Colorado City, let's take a summons and eviction. The summons and complaint for an eviction. In Colorado City, that costs $52 to serve that. In Beaver Dam, that costs almost $230 to serve that because of the mileage and everything. But the county ends up picking it up because of our attempts. If you look at my logs, it might show that let's say I've only served a half dozen papers, actually served. But it might show on there that there's 2 or 3 dozen attempts to serve those. Each one of those attempts, the county has paid me mileage to go do. But that's where a lot of that expense, the private process servers, I don't know where they're at, but they may, they're in the business. That's their job, is to make money. Our job isn't to generate revenue. I send in, at the end of the month, I put money, through the month, I put cash, money, whatever I'm paid goes into my bank account. At the end of the month, I write a check to the treasurer that zeroes out my bank account. And then I start over again. But I can't tell you, all I know is that, I didn't take the job to generate revenue. I knew that from the very beginning that this job was not to generate revenue. 3 or 4 years ago, when all of the stuff was going on in Colorado City, I generated a lot of revenue because I was going over there and it was costing the mileage basically for one trip to Colorado City, and I would serve sometimes close to 30 papers in one day. Each one and so that was one trip and 30 papers. 30 times 52 is quite a bit of money for one day. But once that, that dropped off, I can't say enough that I just don't feel like the constable's job is to generate revenue. We're here as a service to the people, of Mojave County and the state of Arizona and all other states, because I've served paperwork from Oklahoma, Washington State, all over the place.
This is money, and I don't know if we want to continue this way, but if you go to make a service, such as Colorado City, and the mileage was basically paying for everything, and you serve 72 subpoenas, shouldn't we have got 72 times the mileage?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going to double dip you like that. That's,
double dip me. You're charging the people. When I've used constables or process servers, I give them a check and they say, okay, and this will cover 2 to 3 services, attempts. If it takes more than that, I'll come back to you for more money. So what you're saying is if you come to serve me here at the board and, say I'm serving Supervisor Gould here at the board and you charge me mileage for that, but if I want to serve Supervisor Lingenfelter, you don't charge me mileage.
Oh, yeah. I would, because that's I would charge, they live in 2 different places, right? I'm assuming.
What I'm saying is you say you're here to help the people, but I'm not using the service. You're helping the person that's filing the paperwork that's his business. You're not helping me out.
If you're paying me to serve a paper,
yes,
I'm going to charge you from the court to wherever it is.
Correct.
And if you're going to sue, and if you're charging 2 or 3 different people, I'm going to charge you from the court to the first one, and then it would be the court to the second one. And that, you're going to pay separately for each one. But if I go to Colorado City and I've got 30 to serve, I'm only driving 4 miles. So it's not like the mileage doesn't kick in until I think it's 16 miles. So I'm not charging mileage for each one of those.
But I don't know that, this gets into semantics, I don't know that it gives you the option of saying that, because if Mr. Stansberry's down in Lake Havasu and he charges myself and then he charges Supervisor Gould and he charges the mileage, and we go, well, hey, if he'd have gone to Colorado City, he would have done all this for free. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying that people hire you and they understand that I've got to pay $2.50 a mile one way and get 6 miles free or whatever. Okay, but you're now giving those other people, one guy gets stuck with the $2.50 or $2.40 and everybody else gets it free.
Let's take it out of Colorado City, because Colorado City, there is no mileage fee because it's only 4 miles from the court. Okay. There is no. So let's take it to Beaver Dam where there's a mileage fee. Right. Okay, okay. I've got 3 papers in Beaver Dam to serve. Okay. You're serving 3 people in Colorado, in Beaver Dam. You're going to pay the mileage on paper number 1 from me to go to the court to this house. You're going to pay the mileage, the same mileage, 3 times. Okay. Maybe that's where the confusion was, is because no mileage doesn't come into play in Colorado City because it's so close. But if I have 3 papers in Beaver Dam, it's 3 different people, whoever is paying me to serve the papers is going to pay for each one of those.
The full amount of mileage?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess another part of the problem is you're getting up representing all the constables, and we haven't, still to this date, I don't know, maybe the clerk knows, are all the constables still, are they filling out the proper forms now, even though we've discussed this how many times?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Johnson. They are turning in forms, however, the Bullhead City Constable is still handwriting. Lake Havasu City Constable just started using the computerized form within the last couple months.
Right, so we still have one of them that's not doing it. I guess those are the problems that we have, and I get calls and complaints, I guess the rest of them do too, that, well, you have one supervisor doesn't work Fridays. You know, I'm guessing serving papers is probably a full-time, you know, a Friday might be a good place, but those are the only questions I have. And everything else is just arguments. Thanks though, I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome.
Further questions for the constable? Thank you, sir. Martin Stansberry.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. I did have an opportunity to meet with a couple of supervisors this week. I learned some stuff. I'm still trying to figure out some stuff, but it was very helpful and useful. Thank you both. I'm still trying to figure out the difference in liability if I'm at work doing a constable duty in my car versus the county car. If I run a red light, I believe the county's on the hook no matter which car I'm in. So there seems to be some discussion or misunderstanding about less liability if I'm in a county car. I don't believe that to be the case. I also, after the last meeting, reviewed it several times and done some homework. And I went back and checked, and I did fill out the paperwork that the county risk manager said we did when we were hired, and my personal insurance far exceeds what's required by the county. So I've confirmed that. The only change was I had to updated my vehicle, and it was on the county paperwork, so I fixed that as well. Regarding the order of protection where a rifle was brandished, that happened to be issued from the Justice Court in Lake Havasu. It was issued on a Friday when I wasn't on duty, and it was assigned to the Sheriff's Department, and it was my understanding that that Sheriff's Department actually shot that suspect, but normally that would have been one of my duties. The other one where the hammer was thrown, that was my writ of restitution. It was in the city. When we knew ahead of time the guy was barricaded inside, Constable Cullison and I got on scene. He refused to come out. We called the PD for backup. It was a 2.5-hour ordeal with 6 police officers, a fire truck, ambulance. When it got down to what we were going to do, the police department felt like they did not have any standing to enter the property because it was the writ issued to the constable. So I actually breached the door, and the guy was throwing things at me. And through negotiations on my part and the help of the police department, we were able to tase him and get him into custody. Those were in the city limits, and 90% of what I serve that's issued through the Justice Court is within the city limits. So I'm not sure that question about what am I doing in the city limits. I've served somewhere between 10 and 15 orders of protection a month, and 90% of them are in the city limits, but they do come through the Justice Court. And my understanding is we're all in agreement that I should be serving those. There is some question about our budgets and spending what we budget amount. I've been in personal business for 31 years, and I've never been exposed to what a budget is or trying to predict what next year's expenses are. I've always been in the predicament when something came up, I had to figure out how to pay for it, and that's the way it was. I understand you're in a position where you have to be accountable to the taxpayer, so I'm learning the budget process, but with the help of County Manager Elders, learning the budget process, I'm trying to predict what my costs are going to be for the future year. I do my very best, and a lot of times the expenditures are very, very close to what my projections were. Not always, but very close. So the comment was made that if we have $500 in budget allowance, we spend $500. Well, that's because we did our homework and we knew pretty close to what our costs were going to be. It just so happened that I had these uniforms made and I was invoiced on June 16th, which is this month. This shirt right here, which I also represent the county, was $62.55, and it was $30 to have the logo digitized. I had 4 of them made. The invoice is $380.57. I believe these 4 shirts, with me working 4 or 5 days a week, will last me 1 year. I don't know about buying a shirt at Penny's. Maybe you haven't bought a cap lately. Just the black cap's $25 right now. So I think $500 is certainly reasonable for a uniform allowance. I have a question. You made a Chairman Gould and Supervisor Bishop, you made the comment that Mr. Constable Hogarth's work ethic had not been questioned. Has my work ethic been questioned? And then back to the car allowance. I also am very comfortable driving my vehicle. It is not a revenue generator. I drive a 21 Tahoe. It gets 14 miles per gallon. It's $250 for a tire. It's $100 for an oil change. It doesn't make money. But the alternative that you're suggesting is driving a county car, which means I'll be parking my car at the Havasu Courthouse next to Western Recycling that generates all sorts of dust all day, and then my car is going to be trashed. I certainly would prefer to drive my vehicle. I turn in somewhere between $350 and $700 a month in mileage, and that's far below what the county vehicle would cost. And I also carry a county phone, and you certainly, it's in your prerogative to turn the GPS on and find out where I might have no problem with that. Other than that, I really don't have any other comments, but I do appreciate the opportunity to visit. I would really have liked to have gotten to see Supervisor Lingenfelter, and I hope we can do that soon.
Questions for Constable Stansbury? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Johnson.
I do have a question of County Manager Elters. Do we have these, if the board goes with providing vehicles, are 5 vehicles available?
Mr. Chairman, board members, we do not have 5 vehicles available today to assign to the constables. We would have to procure them.
That was all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor.
Thank you. The vehicles that you would procure from the Sheriff's Department, do they have, you know, the sheriff logo on it? Would they be unmarked, or would they already be marked? What kind of cars would they get?
Mr. Chairman.
Just giving up his car.
Well, old, they were talking about the old cars, so cars that have been put out to pasture.
A lot of those they use for the plastic now.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, I do believe those vehicles are demarked before they're released. So I would say, as you may know, sheriff's vehicles are properly rigged for service when they're brought into the fleet. They're usually demarked and special rigging removed before they're released. We wouldn't have 5 vehicles from the sheriff's fleet, sheriff vehicles fleet today that would be suitable to assign. Let me just clarify the previous question, which is, do we have new vehicles to assign? Our understanding was that the board is looking ahead there's an election in November, and this would take effect when the constables assume office. We would do our very best if the board chooses to go in that direction to procure vehicles. You know, we're having challenges procuring vehicles, but nonetheless, they would be a priority for us like every other vehicle that we procure for, and we would pursue it. But today, we do not have 5 vehicles today to assign should the board make that decision. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And frankly, I don't really have a problem with the personal vehicle. They're comfortable with them. They gave their reasons why they think it's better. And I know that Constable Hoagland's, it's kind of an anomaly up there, and it's, you know, we're really kind of discussing lower where the driving isn't as great, but I'm not really sure at this point still what I want to do. I haven't heard really any great arguments to change much.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
So there must be a reason why all 15 counties provide county vehicles to their constables, with the exception of Mojave, La Paz, and Apache counties. So, you know, I'm always a big person when it comes to liability, and I do believe that this is going to, if we continue to let them drive their private vehicles for peace officer authority and duties, that it's going to come back, and ASAP's going to have to deal with it. But you're right, Constable Hogard is unusual because of his area. And if the board chose to provide vehicles, I would be okay with leaving Constable Hogard in his own vehicle up there because of the unique situation that he finds himself in. And I think the cost of providing county vehicles to the 4 constables, it wouldn't necessarily have to be old sheriff's office vehicles. It could actually be new vehicles, either just a high clearance vehicle, an unmarked vehicle with the county seal on it is what I have visualized, either in one of the lesser expensive vehicles like an F-150 Ford pickup, or a Ford Explorer or something along those lines with all-wheel drive, of course, because of the challenges that they face in the remote areas. But you know, if the board doesn't want to provide vehicles, that's a board decision. So,
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
I know you were a big advocate, and always when you were a constable, of having that. So I know you've really thought it out. But you brought up ASIP. Has ASIP ever chimed in on this about using private for sort of law enforcement duties?
County Manager.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Angus, yes. We have reached out to ASIP, and I will ask Byron to brief you on the response.
Supervisor Gould, Chairman Gould, Supervisor Angus. Yes, we reached out to ASIP. We did ask them last week if they could do a survey of the counties of who provided vehicles and which constables were using their own vehicles. And ASIP only heard back from 6 counties, but of the 6 counties, Greenlee and Pinell, as well as Mojave, provide mileage while they drive their personal vehicles. The other 3 that we heard from that provided county-owned vehicles were Gila and Navajo and Yavapai. And for Cochise, they split. Cochise actually had 1 constable that they considered full-time paid constable, and they got a county vehicle, and the other ones drove their own vehicles, and they were considered part-time. But I talked to ASIP a little bit about the insurance end of it, and from a standpoint of we're looking at an overall fleet, 5 vehicles really doesn't make any difference in terms of the insurance that, as far as our premium that we're paying for it. And ASIP really doesn't have a position one way or another as whether, we should go that route or not. It is true that if they are driving their personal vehicle, that they're responsible if they have an accident, their insurance kicks in first. And then the county insurance is excess after that. ASIP insurance is excess after that. Now, it is likely if they are involved in a collision while they're on their constable duties, and they injure somebody, then most likely the county is going to get sued anyway, along with them, because we have the deep pockets. So, in that regard, we may save some money if their insurance takes care of whatever there is in terms of a collision where it's within the limits of their insurance. But if it gets into a lawsuit or that type of thing, well, the county is probably going to get pulled into it anyway because they were on county business.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Myron and I have argued over this for quite a bit, but when you fill out an insurance form when you're getting insurance for your car, it has a box that says, "Are you using this for work?" Now, if that box, if somebody doesn't check that, insurance company can get out of the.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Constable Hogarth did mention that when he checked with his insurance companies, and I think that's what we encourage the constables to do, is to check with their insurance company and tell them, I'm using this for my constable business on county business and for so much percentage of the time, and then their insurance company should provide them the correct information as to whether they're covered or not. But you're absolutely right. If they're going to be using it on business, rather than as a private vehicle, they need to talk to their insurance company.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Stewart? Thank you, sir. Yeah, personally, I think that you put them in a vehicle, it's going to cost us $50,000 to $60,000 per vehicle. So you're looking at $350,000 of a capital outlay to do that. I'm not really interested in doing that when we can get them to drive their own vehicles. And it doesn't sound like there's any liability increase by letting them do that. I think it probably makes them more efficient also.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I believe what Public Works put together and estimated that it would cost $13,000 a year for constables to be provided a county vehicle.
Was that based on worn out Sheriff's Department vehicles?
No, it wasn't. It was new vehicles.
But you still have the capital outlay. Because we're
It would be
paying cash
purchased
for the
with our-
vehicles, or we're going to borrow money for it, and we can't. I don't believe we borrow money for vehicles.
I think it would be part of our purchasing program that we already have for the rest of the employees.
But you still have to lay the money out up front.
Yes, they do have a budget for that. So, looks like the discussion is over, so I'm going to go ahead and bite the bullet and make the motion to reduce the Kingman, the Surbat, Lake Havasu City, Bullhead City constables to $50,000 annually, but to add the benefit of county vehicles when available, and make no changes to the North Country constable as far as salary or a vehicle.
Do I hear a second? The motion dies for lack of second.
Chairman Gold, can I make another stab?
Supervisor
at a
Bishop.
motion? I make a motion that we reduce the constable's salary to $50,000 a year.
Second. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 And those opposed, I vote no. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered.
Chairman Gold,
Supervisor Bishop.
can I have the clerk repeat the motion?
Chairman Gold, Supervisor Bishop, it was just to reduce the constables to $50,000 a year. However, that did not address the North Canyon constable.
That's what I was thinking. I'd like to restate my motion, reducing the salary to $50,000 a year for the Kingman, Surbat, Lake Havasu, and Bullhead City Constable, and leave the salary the same for the North Country Constable.
I think you have to move reconsideration.
Would you, Mr. Chair, Jenny, would you need that though? I mean, obviously Mr. Hogarth doesn't make 50,000. Kind of hard to reduce his salary to it if he wouldn't be part of it.
Chairman Gold, Supervisor Johnson, that is true as long as no one assumes that means he gets a raise.
I think you need to move reconsideration if you want to change it, because it's already passed and called.
Okay, I'll move.
Just formality.
Move for a reconsideration of the last motion.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Supervisor Bishop.
I'd like to make a motion that we lower the salary to $50,000 annually for the Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City, Surbat, and Kingman Constable, and leave the salary for the North Country Constable the same at $15,000 annual.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. I vote nay. The ayes appear to have it. You have it, so ordered. Let's see. Item 46. Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. We were told that the next round of the Arpa money came in, and so the next items are for my district allocation. The first one to Boys and Girls Club of Bullhead City during the COVID. They had a hard time in their raising money for their buildings, and so they've deferred maintenance, and so these are much needed. In my district, the Boys and Girls Club is very vital because we live in a lower income area. It has proved to be the saving grace for many, many families, and I'm happy to put this forward.
We've got some members of the public that would like to comment. Karen Vanderjack.
Okay, Supervisor Angus, I know your heart is there. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. I'm just going to address 46 and 47 at the same time because my response is the same. This is ARPA money. What is that for? That's for COVID relief. You are risking right now the risk of spending ARPA funds outside of these allowed areas in our county could be required to repay the amount of money that's found that has not been appropriately spent. So this is not. The easiest way to do this is give the money back to the taxpayers because then you mark down what your problem was, how you suffered through COVID. I don't see the connection here on either 46 or 47. So I'm just cautioning you to reconsider. Maybe there's a way that you can give the money back to even businesses that have suffered and that would be one of the businesses that has suffered. But I'm just, both of these are just wonderful things, but they're not related to how you have suffered from COVID, so.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate it. Every project that gets approved before it gets here before the board is checked by our lawyers to make sure it is an approved project through the Department of Treasury. And Mr. Palmer, this one was. True?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Angus, yes.
Right.
And that letter is attached to the back of this action item for the agenda.
Right. And as we go forward and look at the best use of this money, and it does fall on our shoulders in our district, the way we decided to allocate the money, I have decided that for my district, these kinds of projects do have the most beneficial use for the greatest amount of people. You can disagree with me, I know you do. But this has been the decision I have made going forward.
Scotty McClure.
I am from Bullhead City, and I'm against you giving this $250,000 of Mr. Biden's money. That's not teaching these kids anything. Oh, we'll just go get a student loan and Biden will waive that too. This is a bad, bad thing here. It's just like you spent this money on a water line at the county level up there in the park. I'm pissed about that. Why should I give the county anything of this ARPA money if we're going to give it to anybody? I like what you did with your money, but this little... I've been to that club, and I don't... How many of you guys have been inside that Boys and Girls Club? Okay, one person. They haven't even been in it. And you're giving them $250,000? I have been in it, and I didn't see anything. Now, I was there for a rummage sale. They were making their own money. They have a store in town. They make their own money. That's a good way for them to learn. They have a store there. And I don't know what the rent is, but whatever, that's besides the point. But to go down this category of what you're spending money on is something else. I'm looking for the page here. We already pay for these schools to do this stuff. Oh, the library has a room that you provide a librarian in there that they can go in there. And you do pay for that. Damn, I lost the page I was looking for. $51,000 to hire a workforce readiness facilitator. Oh boy. Here it is, last page. Boys and Girls Club, providing ARPA funds to the Boys and Girls Clubs under the funding category of government services is not the best fit for this project. Infrastructure, water, sewer, and broadband, which is okay, according to the law, because providing ARPA funding would not be building water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. It would not be allowed under this funding category of water, sewer, or broadband. If the place is so shot in the ass, why aren't we replacing their toilets in facilities like that? I didn't see anything like that on their wish list. Well, I don't know who made this wish list, and I'm kind of pissed off that you're giving away money that you haven't even been in the building.
Thank you, sir. Tanya Dowson.
Good afternoon, Tanya Dowson, Mojave County taxpayer. This American Rescue Plan grant appears to require the recipients be low income and moderate income. This is another virtuous sounding redistribution of our wealth. This $250,000 is not free money. The American Rescue Plan actively implements the Marxist Sustainable Development Agenda. I say Marxist because it was Karl Marx who said, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. 4 days after signing the American Rescue Plan, Biden emphasized that equity, or more accurately called redistribution of wealth, would be a key focus of implementation. According to Marxists, equity means adjusting shares to make people equal. Biden's document called Advancing Equity Through the American Rescue Plan, the Marxists come right out and admit they're using the pandemic to advance their ambitious whole of government equity agenda. The globalists say, think global, act local. Well, there you have it. The American Rescue Plan builds on the misguided notion that effective stewardship of taxpayer funds also means supporting all Americans. As such, requires advancing racial equity and supporting underserved communities across our country. Marxists believe that if socialism is enforced long enough, people will accept it and eventually think it's necessary. And just look where we are today. People think it's necessary for government to provide for people's needs. Sadly, the Marxist agenda seems to be working. It's being implemented by our local governments while going practically unnoticed. I hope to help change that. not only is forcing taxpayers to give their property to people who didn't earn it un-American, it's dangerous. As Arthur Lee of Virginia said in 1775, the right of property is the guardian of every other right, and to deprive a people of this is in fact to deprive them of their liberty. Our property rights are key to preserving our freedom. Please help us protect our property, including our money. Please don't facilitate Biden's Marxist agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould, I make a motion to approve item 46.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Guys appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 47, Supervisor Angus.
Same thing. This one is up to $100,000 to a wonderful organization called Veterans in Motion to buy a handicapped equipped van to help veterans get back and forth from appointments, classes, things like that. They work together with the United Veterans and Pat Farrell's organization, and we don't have anything like this in our district.
Some members of the public that wish to comment. Tanya Dowson.
Is he gonna call us?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Tanya Dowson, Mojave County taxpayer. For some bizarre reason, Arizona law forces taxpayers to support the government's preferred arts. Arizona revised statute says the Board of Supervisors of a county may appropriate monies each year from the general fund to support an arts support fund. Financially supporting artists is far greater use of force against the American taxpayers than what the Constitution allows. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution says the Congress shall have the power to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries.
On item 47.
Yes, are we not on item?
That's 47, but we're not. We're talking about
an arts group, a dance group. It's
one of the things that they do.
Veterans in Motions is a dance group. So I'm talking about arts.
Continue.
So the founders were clearly talking about promoting scientists and inventors through copyright laws, not through the use of government force to redistribute taxpayers' wealth to artists. Our American Rescue Plan Act warns that the risk of spending ARPA funds outside of allowed areas is that the county could be required to repay the amount of money that is found to have been appropriately spent. Responses must be related and reasonably proportional to the extent and type of harm experienced. Uses that bear no relation or are grossly disproportionate to the type or extent of harm experienced would not be eligible uses. Question: after the county spends this money, will ARPA grant auditors require proof that COVID-19 caused Veterans in Motion to lose a $100,000 vehicle to transport their equipment? This American Rescue Plan Act grant requires that recipients are low income and moderate income. So again, this is just more of Biden's redistribution of wealth. While supporting our veterans is virtuous, an ARPA grant is the wrong tool for this job. All ARPA is more forceful redistribution of taxpayer property. Our county must not be complicit in implementing Biden's ambitious and dangerous whole of government equity agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure.
You know, I don't even think this organization was in effect or got their LLC or whatever it is, their non-taxpayer status before COVID. I think it's a new organization that meets up at the Sutton Link Center and plays the flute once a month or twice a month. I see their ads in the paper in the library. Come and join us. But I don't think this place was this so-called veteran, they're using the word veterans. They need to grow the hell up. When I got out of the service, I got on with my life. It's the best thing I did, was got on with my life, not to go up and play some organization. To spend $100,000, we have public transportation, even as shitty as it is, excuse my foul language, but it's the worst run public transportation in the world. We have public transportation for handicapped veterans down there. I have a card myself because I can't, it's hard for me to walk from here and spend all this time in here with my legs. I'm about ready to drop. But we have we have it already available. The city gets over $1 million a year to have public transportation. This is already taken care of. What about gas and insurance? And $100,000 for a van? I don't know. Public health. Let's see. Identifying a negative impact, yeah, all right, okay. Would not be eligible under this category for a public health emergency. It's not eligible. There's negative health impact. Purchasing a van will not address the public health emergency caused by COVID. How Arpa funds for a van responds to this need would not respond to the negative health impact from COVID. It would not be allowed under this finding category because of the public health emergency caused by COVID. So this is just an organization that's got their big hand out, a paw. Give me Biden money.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Angus?
Mr. Palmer, is this an approved project? Best for uses of ARPA funds?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Angus, yes.
Okay, with that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. On to item 48. Mr. Letoski.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Letoski needed to step away from the board meeting, and so I am stepping in for him to just present this.
County manager.
Just to present the item for the board consideration, and be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
It appears that the sale price is less than the appraisal.
Mr. Chairman and board members, yes, indeed, we wanted to make sure that that was clear. I discussed that specifically with Steve and staff, and staff does not, and neither do I, endorse. We don't recommend. We're just presenting it to the board, understanding full well that in recent similar items that have been presented to the board declined anything less than full appraisal value.
Thank you, sir. I've got some members of the public that wish to comment. Thomas Kelly.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking our case under advisement. We've done our research as well as the gentleman that made the appraisal. There's no other place in our city that has such a strip of land that has been vacated for any usage. The estimate that they used and what they came up with was an appraisal for property that's buildable. This is not a buildable parcel. This is an abandoned roadway, which was taken in the beginning and given up by the people that represent these properties so that we could have a thoroughfare to the runway, which the county decided they did not want to do. So they abandoned the property. And we proposed to take this property and add it to our parcels that we have. And the reason we wanted to do that is because the abandonment in no way affects us except negatively. And the reason I say it's negative is because it can't be used for anything else except the roadway. But it can be used for our parcels. And the parcels in the airport need more land. If it was a roadway, I'd be happy to submit, but it's not a roadway. And it doesn't benefit you people in any way, but it does benefit us landowners. So I ask that you reconsider this offer, and I think it's very fair at what we offered. Unless you can find an absolute parcel that parallels this parcel and is not buildable, we would be interested in what those results were. Do you have that? Do you have those results? Or are you just going by this appraisal that is appraised for building land? I would like to know that, sir. Sir, I'm addressing you.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
Is it possible that the speaker could pay for another appraisal if he thinks ours is unfair? Because I'm not willing to. I'm not willing
for an appraisal.
Excuse me?
We've already paid for an appraisal, ma'am.
Sir,
Yes.
comments have to come through the chairman.
Oh, excuse me.
I control debate.
Yes, sir.
And that way we have a civil debate.
Okay, roger that.
Attorney Palmer, is there a procedure for that?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, statute only requires an appraisal. It does not get into who pays for the appraisal or whether the board can accept multiple appraisals and then choose based on those appraisals. So I think that's something the board can consider and decide how to move forward on.
Okay. Did you want to ask?
Double talk.
So,
whether he has an appraisal?
Chairman Gold, I did not realize that the speaker already paid for the appraisal. I see no reason to have a second appraisal then. I am not willing to lower this to just 21% of the appraised value.
Okay.
May I speak now? Debbie Frame?
Sure, your time can begin.
Okay. We did get the appraisal. The comparable lands that is on the appraisal are buildable lots, and they're larger. They are not in this proportion size. So if you were to look at that, you could see that. And in the appraisal on page 4, the highest and best use of the vacant land per the appraisal is a semblance to all or some of the adjoining parcels. And then there is another one on page 35, the physical possibility test section. He says the only solution to develop the subject parcel is to assemble it with some or all of the adjoining parcels. So you're not going to be able just to go out and sell this according to this appraisal. But I do feel this is very overvalued appraisal. On page 36, the conclusion of the appraisal says the highest and the best use of the subject property is a semblance with some or all of the adjoining parcels. So that's what we want to do. There's 3 businesses around this parcel that have agreed that $15,000 is a fair price because you can't use it for anything else. It was going to be a roadway. If you need history on that, we have another gentleman here, his name is Carl. He has the history that the proposed roadway was supposed to be there, and it's never been done, so the inaction caused it just to be vacant. So we're willing to give up $15,000 to buy this and take care of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for the testifier? Hearing none.
Do you want the history on the property from Carl?
Sure.
Thank you.
You state your name for the record, please, sir.
My name's Carl Hayes, a resident,
taxpayer and at the airport. When I got here in 2002, there was a master plan that called for hangar development in the area where this easement is. At that time, the city owned the airport and it was operated and run by the airport authority. The airport authority sold me a piece of property on Flightline Drive and adjacent to this easement. And my only access at their request, because this is for aircraft or vehicles, was the easement property. At this point in time, Flightline Drive is a taxiway legally. Everyone who has an airplane that crosses or uses that recognizes and has told the airport authority from day one that I was here, they need some crossing points, but you shouldn't have airplanes and cars running down the same street. Right now, there are 2 crossing points where that's all it is a crossing point. There is another one that serves one of the properties and serves me, but you have to taxi down the property, or down the Flightline Drive. The longer range plan is to move the gate where we would have crossing. Now, the master plan called for that whole area to be developed for hangar and aviation businesses. Oh, I didn't know this till recently, that the easement was not an airport property easement. It was transferred to the county at no charge as an easement for them to own. I'm not sure who and how that happened, but the county has never done anything with that land. The only thing that's been done is some millings put on it by me for my property. It's 84 feet wide. That's it for the full length from Flightline to Olympic. There are 3 properties where that easement is necessary to utilize their properties. And they all would be very upset if they lost the easement and didn't get the property. I'm one of them. I couldn't get to my property anymore. So the arrangement I made is with the adjoining property that will share a crossing point, that is the access to, at this point, Flightline Drive. I don't need 84 feet, so he agreed to an easement on his property, if he buys it, that would cover my access for my building. All the rest of them, it's access for their own properties, but there'll never be a street put in there. So everyone has developed their land. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I have a question for Carl before you walk all the way up the stairs. Sorry, Carl. So I know that the city of Kingman now and their airport manager run that municipal airport out there, and they just did an airport master plan, a renewed airport master plan. How does that new airport master plan address this piece of property?
Okay, all of that planned development that was in the previous master plan is no longer there. Really all of that property now has been sold as industrial ground. The property next to me could be developed with hangars still, utilizing that easement, or if he buys that portion joins his property, that would expand his, and he could use some of that. But he and I both need to taxi down Flightline Drive the way it is now. In speaking to the airport manager and the previous airport manager, their intent is to have a museum next to the tower, and they want to move that gate anyway. If they move it down next to the paint shop, then we wouldn't be taxiing down Flightline Drive. We would only cross Flightline Drive. And I gain it. I lose a right to area easement that I don't have now, but I still have under this proposal a legal easement so I can access my property.
So is it in the new master plan, is it the intent of the city to keep that as a taxiway from your business to the airfield, the airstrip?
Well, so they would have to do something about the CCNRs, which are in the original FAA document when they created the industrial park, and they made Flightline Drive a taxiway for a reason. They wanted aviation businesses along there. There are some, and there are areas that are not going to be, will never be aviation businesses now without tearing down buildings. But the plan is to have crossing points, yes, and this will help facilitate that in this area. From this crossing point around to where the EAA and Everett Burge has a hangar, there's a crossing point there, and that's all on that side that would ever need to be there. There's one and probably never more needed, but the legalities haven't been sorted out going the other direction.
Understanding that this parcel, but in the appraisal, they say it's not really buildable. Would it be an option for the county of Mojave to work with the city of Kingman directly to do something with this piece of property? I
don't know what they could do with it. I mean,
well, maybe they would just keep it as a taxiway between your business and
the little piece that I need?
The one that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, the little piece I need is, for access is 72 feet wide instead of 84, and instead of the depth of my property, 150, I need 75 feet, I think it is. Off the property line, 92 feet. So, I'm losing something, and I'm not buying anything, but my neighbor will give me an easement that satisfies me, and that's all I'm after. But he already stores pipe, and he's got far more acreage to store pipe than he needs, but he's willing to pay for that property because nobody else could use it anyway.
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
May we speak again, please?
Sure, I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Our situation with our property, which adjoins these other properties, is we also have another lot that adjoins our property, which is landlocked through my own main property. All the businesses there have filled out all the acreage that's allowed for their businesses. So that leaves us these small properties, and with this change of use would allow us to access our additional property and free it from landlock, which would be a tax benefit to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
Staff's position on this does not get into the debate of whether it's warranted or not, or whether there's benefit or not. Staff's position is that this strip of land was carved out back when for a purpose, and now apparently it's not being utilized. And so if it's dissolved to the property owners, there is a benefit to those property owners, similar to the benefits to other property owners that have come before the board where there were slivers of land next to them and paid full value for it. So we're not really taking part in this debate other than to point out to the board that's what the board has done in recent history, and to make sure that you are aware of that.
Thank you, sir.
May I make a comment?
No.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold,
Supervisor Bishop.
make a motion that we deny Resolution 2022-065.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'm not sure if the other board members are open to this, but I know that all of the land sales that occur within the Kingman Airport Industrial Park, they have to be reinvested into the airport within a 5-year period. And so I guess I'd rather see it, the County of Mojave work out some sort of an agreement with the City of Kingman to provide the City of Kingman that sliver of property, and then any land sale proceeds, whatever the city ends up doing in accordance with their airport master plan, or they sell it at a public auction, that those proceeds would be 100% reinvested back into the Kingman Airport, rather than a private sale sometime by the county. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Let's see, item 49. We're looking for a motion.
Chairman Gould,
Supervisor Angus.
I make a motion that we authorize legal counsel to take legal action, including but not limited to pursuing cancellation proceedings and filing declaratory actions against the Mojave County Fair Association for the purpose of protecting Mojave County's names, marks, and/or trademarks.
Second.
You've heard that motion in a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 50. Ms. Lloyd.
Chairman Gould and Supervisors, the item before you today is the possible adoption. An outcome of this would be the adoption of the tentative budget. The forms have been prepared in accordance with the Auditor General's office. They do include information on revenue, expenses, and property tax rates. The additional information in your packet includes any budget modifications that were made between the time that we had our budget workshop and today. I won't go through the time, it's getting late today. I won't go through the effort of reading those. There's nothing that came up that was unusual or irregular. Most of the adjustments are related to really rolling purchase order over from the current year into next year, where items are not expected to be received by the end of June. The other items in the packet include the summary of property tax information, and this year there was a slight change to the statute for the TNT, and we needed to include this year the actual copy of the TNT notification that we need to publish, and then we also prepared the draft of the press release should we end up going down that route. So all of this information is in the packet, and I would just at that turn it back over to Manager Elters or the board to further any discussion, take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Lloyd? Supervisor Angus.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. After the budget workshop, I spoke with County Manager Elters, and we talked about the truth in taxation number. This is just my beliefs and my opinions only, is that this year our constituents are being hit by a lot of higher costs. And all this year they kept hearing about all the money that we have. So at the very least, I thought at the time that we should look at what would it look like, because it wasn't presented to us at the budget workshop, if we did the truth in taxation number, which was about 7 cents lower. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what have you come up with on that? Because I know you did.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, I'm going to take a shot at that, and then understanding that Coral will be there to weigh in with any additional thoughts. So as Supervisor Angus pointed out, we spoke. She indicated what she just articulated, which is the times that residents are facing, and we understand that. I want to assure you that we did prepare a scenario to address the truth in taxation should the board wants to go there. I would point out, though, that I want to share with you the following thoughts. The budget that we shared with you during the budget workshop, we believe is a reasonable and balanced budget, primarily due to uncertainties that were faced out there. Cost of contracts related to services, materials, and products have gone up and continue to, and we've been in front of you a couple of times related to fuel costs, which continues to go up. The budget that we presented, so we presented to you a budget during the workshop that allowed the board, in our humble opinion and professional opinion, the flexibility to adjust, anticipate, and cover those costs, but also presented to you the services that are needed that the board, we believe, would want to provide, and projects that we've worked with you on that we believe are necessary to carry forward. So the only difference between the budget that we presented during the budget workshop and the TNT that Supervisor Angus asked us to prepare is truly a $1.5 million difference. The budget that we presented during the budget workshop has in it approximately $1.4, give or take, $1 million surplus, which was intended and is intended to provide the board that flexibility to adjust to those uncertainties, which not only remain ahead of us in some arenas, they're worsening. If we do go to the TNT, which we can, we believe the projects that we presented to you in the workshop are still necessary to move forward. What we would be doing in the process would be wiping out that $1.5 million surplus that the board would be able to use to govern, to cover those uncertainties as we move forward. So we can go to a TNT solution or scenario. I just really wanted you to know what we would be changing from one to the other. And Coral, I don't know if I've left anything. Perhaps you could weigh in before we yield the floor.
Chairman Gould, Manager Elters, that is correct. If you'll recall, I did mention that I had left a cushion in there, that there were a lot of unknown factors at the time, particularly the fuel prices, the uncertain economy. So we built in a bit of a cushion going in the event that we need to make some changes. We're currently looking at the rates. We did build in some rate increases for the fuel, the mileage rate anyway. We are going from 33 cents to 40 cents, but in the event that we need to increase that a bit higher, then we have had the cushion to do that. Another factor, for example, is the approval of the health services contract with the Sheriff's Office for the jail that recently came up. They did anticipate that was going to increase. We put in an extra $1 million. It did exceed that amount, so I believe the amount that we need to include going into the final budget is going to be an additional $219,000. So there are going to be a few of those items that either are going to occur or that may occur. But otherwise, yes, the difference in the TNT rate, if you'd like to see it visually, I can show it to you visually and put it up on the screen if you'd like, but it is worth about $1.5 million. Going to the TNT rate then with no other changes besides exactly what is in your packet would create a budget deficit of $131,000, and we would push that to the bottom line.
Thank you. I think you guys did a great job on the budget. That's your job. When I'm up here in the budget, I represent the taxpayer, right? So you're saying that the only place that you think we can take this from is that cushion that we definitely need, obviously. What about all the capital projects we put money, future capital projects that you know, are really in the offing, like a morgue. I mean, let's be frank, that's years and years away. So couldn't some of that maybe be delayed until we know what's going on with this economy?
So it would still be our recommendation that we are reserving those funds and set those funds aside. So my answer is my recommendation is to not do that. My recommendation would be to hold steadfast the reserves for those capital projects. We know those monies are not going to, the cost of that's not going to decrease. And in the example for the medical examiner's office, we have a contract and we need to make do a lot of progress between now and the time that that contract runs out. In terms of pushing that to the bottom line, you know, you don't normally hear me say this, but we do meet the 25% fund balance in spite of the difference of the $1.5 million. So therefore, right now, without any other known desires or items that the board may want to discuss, that's the first place that we would do is to just diminish the bottom line by the $1.5 million, if that's was the direction of the board. Again, I'm not recommending that. If I understand your position and if that were the will of the board, then that's what we would do. You don't need additional lecture from me cautioning why not to do that, or I appreciate you understanding where we're coming from with the recommendation.
In the 9 years I've been on this board, have we ever been lower than what we anticipated at the end of the year? If I remember correctly, we're always ahead.
Have we ever been lower than this?
No.
Budget.
Well, we always end up with more money than we think we're going to end up with.
So the first 2 years I was here, we lost money. So the actual revenue was less than the expenditures. And that was quite a journey for all of us, all of you that were here, and laid the foundation for where we are today, where we do not anticipate by the end of the year that we will be upside down. Being $131,000 in the hole from a budget perspective is very unlikely to result in a negative by the end of the year. Could it happen this coming year? Yes, with the economy uncertain, the market's very uncertain at this point in time, but I'm not here to say that the sky is falling. That's very likely. It definitely was here those first 2 years, and Supervisor Johnson, Supervisor Angus, and Supervisor Bishop, I would imagine that you all remember the agony of getting ourselves right-sized again, and because of those efforts, you're able to have this discussion today.
Right. I just think that in this coming year, there are so many unknowns, and it's a smaller gesture, honestly. I mean, I look at the tax bill in my district in Bullhead City. We are, with the county tax rate and the taxing districts, the flood control and the library, we're only 20% of the total bill. We go through this every budget. We try to have people understand, but they still come yell at us. The biggest part of it are the other taxing districts, the school districts, and the fire district, which, by the way, in my district is going up a nickel this year. So no matter what happens, tax bills are going to go up. And I think if we can do this, again, we've talked about having unprecedented amount of money this year on the law, and Arpa, and all these things. I think it is, my opinion, the least we can do is say to taxpayers, okay, at least from the county, you're not going to pay more than you paid last year, which if we do nothing, if we keep it at last year's rate, of course you're going to pay more because of the value. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
Supervisor Angus, please understand, we prepared a budget and presented it to you in the budget workshop as you expect us to do. And then Supervisor Angus was very kind enough to reach out prior to this and say, what if the TNT? So we've prepared a scenario. Please understand, we're not really trying to influence the discussion or change your mind. But we want to be honest and transparent in our answers. And you have complete discretion as to where you want to go from here. I was answering your question simply, and if there is a recommendation that I would make, is that the board funds the priorities that the board reviewed during the budget workshop, and even at the TNT rate, at the risk of losing that cushion, that you proceed with it. I can go through the projects one by one and explain why we believe those are needed and have merit. Again, you can still overrule me and leave them out, but that would be really, if there is a recommendation, regardless of whether we go with the budget at the current rate or the TNT, is that you proceed with those priorities that you've...
The TNT is still a tax increase. The TNT is the 2% tax increase. It's just that the legislature said if you stay below that 2% increase, you don't have to have a truth in taxation hearing. So it's still a tax, that even the TNT rate is still a tax increase.
Mr. Chairman, I agree.
Actually, you have three options. You could hold the income as last year's income, the TNT rate, which is a 2% increase, or the rate that you're proposing, that's $1.5 million above the TNT rate. I just wanted to throw that out there.
No disagreement. Thank you.
Did you have more, or did I thought I interrupted you.
Oh, no, Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any more. I was agreeing with you.
Questions, comments? Supervisor Bishop?
Supervisor Gould, I did mark down that I wanted to speak on this subject.
Oh, good point. Come on up. Oops.
I was kind of shocked when I looked over the budget. And I'm just thinking there's just a lot of stuff that is just not according to our Constitution we should be supporting. I'm just going to read them off and I'm going to go. Okay? Victims' Right Fund. The health department was the most egregious as far as the things they provide. I don't even know if having a health department is constitutional. But Tobacco Use Prevention Grant, Family Planning, Arizona Nutritional Network Grant. I know these are grants. I know free money. I know. I get it. But again, the theme of what I've been trying to talk about today is let's not just constantly be asking for this money. The WIC Care Program, the Newborn Intensive Care Program, the Sexually Transmitted Disease, the Pan Flu and Immunization Program, the Hepatitis C Health Grant. It just goes on and on. COVID-19 Complaint Board, WIC Breastfeeding Peer Council, the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Abstinence. Personally, I think parents should be doing that. Health Start programs, senior volunteer recognition. Do we, we got to provide money for that. Smoke Free Arizona. We're going to provide money for the state for the Smoke Free program. Bioterrorism preparedness, environmental health and nuisance cleanup, occupational health program, then a whole slug of senior programs, Title III and senior this and that. And I mean, I'm just saying, if you want to save some money, why don't you guys just sit down and say, is this really necessary? Does our county really need to pay for all this? And so I just saw a lot of waste, and I think this is waste. It is not constitutional. So thank you for all your attention today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
Just to clarify on all those things you read off, those really aren't costing the county money. That's money that comes in. So if we cut those programs out, I mean, sometimes a little match, but it wouldn't cut down on the tax rate. Right, but I'm saying as far as the budget goes, as far as we could cut all those out and we still got to deal with the tax rate. All right.
So Ms. Lloyd, how much was the budget last year compared to the budget? How much is the proposed budget above last year's budget?
Would you like to have that information in total or the general fund or both?
General fund for both.
Okay. So the general fund, it was about, hang on, for operational it was about 105 compared to 116. In total, I'm going to go to the state forms. It should be on there. Okay, this is more from an operational standpoint. There's a variety of factors that go in with transfers and things like that. But operationally, the adopted budget in the general fund ended up at 108,715,930. So that's 108 million, almost 109 million. Again, I'm looking at Schedule E of the actual Auditor General forms. This is on page 12 of those. And for 2023, then we are going into the general fund with 121 million. And then for all funds, and I'm going to page 16 of Schedule E, and all funds total for the prior year, 519 million, 520 million, and for 2023, we have 560 million.
So we have quite a bit more pass-through money then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I have spent a number of hours going over this budget, as I do every budget year. Thank you, Coral. Your people work really hard on this, and it's a big book. So I see that we're still 50 cents below the maximum tax rate, so I thank you for that. And as far as the TNT rate, I'm not sure that I still understand how that works, but I think you put together a good budget. I don't know what the future holds in store for us with the economy. I mean, it's projected that things are going to kind of remain stable for a while, but then other places I hear that things are going to tank. So I think we should be conservative and cautious in what we do here. And so I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt this budget, the FY 2022-23 tentative budget with modifications, and set July 18th, 2022 as the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth and taxation. And then we need to set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on July 18th, 2022, following the public hearing. That's my motion.
I'm not optimistic about the future under Biden, so I'm going to second that.
Supervisor Angus.
No, I'm just getting ready to vote.
Okay. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion?
Repeat the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, you want to repeat the motion, please?
Chairman Gold, Supervisor Johnson, the motion was to adopt the FY 2022-2023 tentative budget with modifications and set July 18th, 2022 as the date for the public hearing on the final budget and tax levy and truth and taxation if applicable, and set a special board meeting for adoption of the final budget on July 18, 2022 following the public hearing.
So we're not adjusting the budget?
Not in that motion. I thought it said with adjustments.
All right, thanks. I just want to make sure.
With modifications.
It says modifications in the motion unless she wants to change her motion.
There's no adjustment downward.
All right.
And so I think what the basis of your question. Okay, heard that motion. Any further discussion?
Motion to discuss.
Supervisor
So
Angus.
just to be clear, this is the motion that will keep the rate at the same thing, which everybody will pay more because of the value, the truth and taxation number, because Supervisor Bishop said that she was unclear about it, would just mean what your rate would be to pay the same as you did last year. So no matter what you do, this means that your taxes, at least for the county, are going up. Just want to make that clear.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 And those opposed say nay. I vote
Nay.
no. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Anything else for the good of the order? We're adjourned.